Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to AMD Presents Skyesports SEA Championship VCT Off Season official event powered by Ampverse. We have some cracking good matches ahead of us, and me, Crips, and CA will be taking you through those games.
Yeah, I'm really excited for us to witness the very first of them as well. Because, like you said, we've got a couple of cracking games, but the very first of them has our very top seeds from our qualifier stage pitting off against each other. And it couldn't really be better because they're playing for their tournament live, Crips.
Exactly, right? This tournament has been a roller coaster journey right from the start. Of course, at the start of phase one, we had some tournament favorites. Most of them delivered results when we expected them to. Teams like Bleed, South Build, Made in Thailand, all of them performed well. Bleed and Naos actually ended up topping their groups. But here, in a surprising turn of events, they now find themselves in the bottom half. Let's take a look at the brackets to give you a better context of what's happening around here.
Like we were talking about, Bleed Esports versus Made in Thailand. The victory picked up by Made in Thailand after a tremendous comeback got them the spot in the winner bracket finals. And then we saw the Filipino Wild Classico between South Built Esports and Naos Esports, where South Built Esports were able to pick up a commanding and convincing 2-0 victory to secure their date against Made in Thailand that we're going to see later on today. The first matchup we're going to see is going to be in that losers bracket where Bleed and Naos face off against each other, awaiting the loser from Made in Thailand and South Build to fight for the second spot in the final playoffs.
And this is such an unexpected journey because Bleed and Now Esports were leading their current groups, and one would have expected them to go into the winners bracket flawlessly without any hiccups whatsoever. But quite the opposite of that ended up happening over here. Bleed Esports might have started yesterday's match well, but definitely did not end well because Made in Thailand found their groove and made a massive comeback, a comeback that will ring true for decades to come. Let's take a look at what else we have in store for you today. These two cracking good matches are about to start soon. At 1 p.m. Indian Standard Time, Bleed versus Naos will begin, and roughly at around 4 p.m., Made in Thailand versus South Build will also start.
Yeah. Bleed versus now is our first matchup of the day. Sure to be an incredibly exciting one with both of these teams faced in a situation where they haven't necessarily been before, and a situation where you have to assume that they didn't imagine that they'd be here. For both of them at the very other end of a loss, a big loss yesterday, they'll be looking to avenge themselves today, but only one can emerge victorious. And on the other end, you've got Made in Thailand after a huge comeback, now on a huge run of form, trying to secure their spot without even going to the lower. While Southbuilt Esports, after continuing their convincing run of form in that Filipino Wild Classico, will look to remove our only and last Thai team from the tournament. But we will get to that later, Crips. Right now, Bleed versus Naos. What do you think? Can these teams reset from their losses?
I definitely think they have the ability to do so because they adapt and overcome very quickly. So I think a whole day must have been enough for them to realize what mistakes they made. Let's be honest, both of these teams, at least this rings true for Bleed more than it does for now. Esports, Bleed Esports started off well, right? So they knew what works for them, and then obviously their opponents made adjustments to it. So now they're aware about the chinks in their armor as well. This could be a great learning lesson for Bleed Esports because what was initially an amazing strategy later was riddled with flaws by their opponents. So if they can address those flaws, they should be, invincible.
Absolutely. And the invincibility is what both of these teams will be expecting terms of a strong showing to come out. But let's have a look at the amazing five from either teams that's gonna show us up today. We're gonna have Bleed starting us off, Crips, with Darion, J-Hedge, Juicy, Crazy Guy, and Scary. And at this point, this roster needs no introduction. Every single player packed with firepower and a ton of firepower to boot.
Exactly. The firepower is available in every single player. So there's no dedicated star player in this team, even though we've spoken about Juicy and Scary quite a lot in the past. But that's mostly because of the roles they pick up. Juicy, obviously being the star duelist, has the opportunity to farm himself some highlight clips and get those amazing stats and numbers. But most Sure, it's Crazy Guy who's doing the heavy lifting for the team because he's the most experienced on the roster as well. So it's a fine balance of firepower as well as experience. Both of them go hand in hand.
Yeah, and at this point, I think that experience factor is going to be crucial because we saw it already yesterday work in favor of South Built Esports when they took down Naos. That extra bit of experience, the ability to adapt and pull out not just a stomping victory, but also a close one in the second map. Bleed have that not just in their roster, but their support staff as well, with legends like Legia, Godspeed, and Ominous. So those are the three key factors that I'm going to be looking out for because after a loss, your support staff really does come into focus. How they've analyzed the key errors that you've made and how you've improved a team overnight. That's a big, big question to answer for that particular support staff. But let's have a look at Naos and their roster because this is a team that has surprised all expectations from the very get go and then faced a loss yesterday. So Kakarot, Blood, J, NDG, and Moyer will be looking to come out resurgent after their loss, come back stronger. And of course, once again, Amix, their coach, will be looking to be the one that inspires them to be able to do that.
Yes, but I have a feeling that despite all the measures you take to plug the holes in your armor, a lot of your performance depends on your star players like Moer and Jay. Sure, Jay was consistent yesterday, but Moer, I can't say the same for him. He was basically not having a good day yesterday. He started off quite slow. He did pick up the pace towards the tail end of Ascent yesterday, but by that time it was too late and the game had already slipped out of their hands. The same goes for NDG. The man was in the right place at the right time and his positioning and game sense was perfect. But despite having the right inkling and the right intention, he was just simply unable to close out duels. And most of those duels were important ones because the moment NDG fell, the site also would usually fall into disarray.
Yeah. And we'll have a look at where we're going to see this showdown go down. Crips, let's head over to the map veto. I'm expecting that Haven to really come into play given the fact that we've seen continuously Naos look very good at it and Bleed very happy to play their double duelist again and again. And it's exactly that. Bleed insta lock that
Ooh.
Haven pick, getting juicy on the Reina. But I think what you're especially excited by is the second and third map, Crips.
Definitely. I love myself a game of Icebox, but what's even more is that I love myself a game of Pearl. Partially
Yes,
because I
sir.
don't get to see a lot of Pearl very often, so whenever it does come through, it's a rare sight and I enjoy it quite a lot. But also because there's a good chance that maybe Harbour will be picked up in either Icebox or Pearl. Now, whether teams will do it in the middle of the tournament without really having any practice period or not is something that can always be up in the air for speculation, but one can hope.
Absolutely. And at this point, I'm just excited to see if we are even going to get three maps.
Yeah,
Haven is going to
that
be
too.
a crucial affair, right? Because, like we talked about, Bleed with their comfort, Juicy on Reina. We've seen how good they have been on Haven. They even picked up a 13-1 victory earlier in this tournament. Whereas now, as you could see, even yesterday, they were so damn close to closing off that map of Haven. And whenever we've seen them with the recent composition on Haven, they have looked devastatingly good. But on the other hand, whichever team does face that early loss, I feel like is going to be widely affected because it's one thing to take that early loss when you are in the winners bracket, when you're in the uppers bracket, and you have that safety net to rely on. There's nothing down below. You lose, you're straight down out of the tournament.
Well, that's exactly the risk over here. Any slip up and you are straight out of the tournament, no second chances. The only second chance you'll get is probably the second map, but you still have to make sure that you have a decent standing in the first one as well.
Yep.
This map veto is super exciting. While Haven was expected, Pearl wasn't really. At least I did not see this one coming. I thought maybe Fracture would be up for grabs, but Bleed instantly banned it out. So that also shows us that the teams have done their homework about each other and they don't want to give a single inch to their opponent because they know that they're capable of taking a mile off of them if even that single inch is given.
Absolutely. And I really think Haven is going to be an extremely interesting affair because, on one hand, you've got Bleed, who are very much focused on using the power of their double duelists to overwhelm the defenders on a particular site. But on the other hand, you've got Naos who have a ton of utility in play with their composition. And their strongest principle behind that composition has been utility before body. They are consistently good with being able to utilize that utility and get value out of it to delay rushes, to buy area space. And I think that's where we're going to see extremely different play styles, but both teams that can execute their play styles very, very well. So, blockbuster showdown, that's for sure, not just in terms of the matches or the firepower, but also in terms of the way these both the teams approach the game.
Exactly, but what seems to be their biggest strength can also turn into their biggest weakness, right?
Yeah.
Bleed, while their double duelist composition allows them a lot of freedom, the lack of utility kind of makes it difficult for them to clear out those angles, especially when they don't have firm control over one particular area. Because for the side of Naos Esports, they can dump their initial wave of utility, push out, and then fall back and give up that same area as well, which they worked so hard to take. But in case something goes wrong, they can just redeploy utility again and take it again, simply because they have all that much to spare. And same with now esports, right? We spoke about how the utility usage is amazing, and usually when they don't have too many duelists in their lineup and when they have multiple initiators, you get the luxury of having all these tools at your disposal. But because you're so reliant on these tools, sometimes you just simply don't do the basics like trade around or pick up the pace when things are needed, and you're just too tunnel visioned in that utility usage aspect. So of course, what can be your strength can also be your biggest weakness, and that's probably why these teams got punished yesterday.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that's where, for me at least, these teams are going to have to have gone back to the drawing board, look at exact those clear weaknesses, and hope that they have showed it up. Because if they leave any vulnerabilities coming into this matchup, it's going to be a clear waypoint for one of these teams to hone into them and just go ham, pounce, and really make the other team punish. And I think for Bleed, it's clear cut for all of us. We know that they're not going to give up that double duelist. If they do, I'm going to be very happy actually, because I want to see Blade adapt. But very likely
Okay.
they're going to continue with that double duelist, which means that Naos are going to understand this to be, hey, you know what? These guys, this composition is especially strong at rushing. We need to just play our game. We don't really need to adapt as much, except for making sure that Scary doesn't get into these tiny nooks and crannies and come out over lurking in our back.
All right, then. Well, we've discussed the possibilities and the weaknesses and the strengths of their roster. Let's jump into brass tacks and figure out what their agent lineups are going to
Yeah.
be like. Any particular thing you're looking out for, CA, over here?
Oh, I was wondering if Juicy picks up the Jet and Darion moves on over to the Chamber, but that's not going to happen. Instead, same
It's the
lineups for
opposite.
both of these teams picked up Crips. And again, I think the two clear points for both of these teams, possible vulnerabilities really, is the fact that every time we've seen Bleed default on this lineup, it's been just grouping up slow marking pushes, waiting for aggression, and then regrouping to execute. It's never been a default leading to mind games the way we might see other teams like Naos doing, for example. And for Naos, it's continuously been like South Bill showed us yesterday, exposed them really, their inability to keep every single part of the map closed up. So a lot of lurks were possible because of that, and we've seen how devastating Scary can be on those lurks.
Yeah, definitely. And Scary was not just the only guy who was scaring us with those flanks yesterday. In a completely unrelated game, we had that game with Made in Thailand where Papi Chulo was going around backstabbing everyone, right? That was a much bigger chink in the armor. So I'm hoping that none of these teams open up themselves to something that devastatingly bad. But given the amount of utility that Nows have at their disposal, I believe in you when you say that Bleed will have difficulties in the mid round. I mean, you basically laid it out on the platter. You hit the nail on the head. And
Mhm.
when you said that Bleed Esports, they slowly creep up towards a particular area and their defaulting usually involves just marking angles and making contact plays, that is correct. when Bleed Esports hit a site, they hit it hard. But if they fail to do so in the first attempt, the mid game becomes very awkward for Bleed Esports. And that's the kind of lineup where mid game will be difficult for you. It's gonna be up to JH to set up Juicy and Darion for all these multi-frags. Meanwhile, Scary is gonna be responsible for staving off the potential incoming defenders who will be looking to throw a spanner in the works. Crazy Guy, of course, is going to be the insurance policy of the whole group. Sure, he will be gathering information at the start, but most of the times, Crazy Guy will be handed the responsibility of staving off any possibilities of a lurk.
Absolutely. And I think that's where now is going to have to really make a consistent effort to go for that little bit extra aggression to ensure that they can take the fight to Bleed in certain regards and punish them for their lack of a sentinel, because that isn't really something that immediately comes to mind for Naos, with the exception of NDG. We've seen NDG do that a couple of times here and there, but it's usually towards the latter end of an half when he has a guaranteed read that Bleed is going to be doing a particular thing. I want to see if he can replace that latter end of the half towards the first part of the half itself, just because of the sheer data that him and his coaching team might have been able to extract from Bleed's past uh, play games. So, and in regards to that, it's going to be an exciting affair to see if Bleed themselves have been able to understand those strengths and weaknesses, and if Scary is able to really live up to his name and be that scary lurk presence on the side of Naos every single round. We won't have to wonder much longer, Crips. We're ready in the lobby for this match to get going. It's going to be Bleed Esports on the attacking half, Naos on the defense.
Well, let's get it underway, ladies and gentlemen. Bleed Esports, like you rightly said, are a hard hitting team. They default quite clumped up together, but at the same time, Scary Guy will be the man responsible for gathering information towards the other parts of the map. And when they hit you hard. The combination of the Astra and Breach utility can basically take over the entire site, carpet bomb it, if you would like to say that, and then Darion and Juicy do whatever they do best. That is click heads. Can Naos hold up against a team with such massive brute force? Can now slow it down enough to throw Bleed into that precarious mid-round calling where they seem vulnerable? We will find out soon enough, ladies and gentlemen. Quick question to you, Sia, before we begin. What's the one thing Naos should be scared of?
I think really Scary's presence across the map, right? Because for Scary personally, coming through into Bleed, where I'm sure he had a couple of franchisee offers to boot, has been publicly rumored to be one of the most expensive signings in Ascension altogether. So doesn't play those marquee player roles, but is most definitely a marquee player for Blade. And you have to be wondering what kind of performance this kind of player is able to pull through in those clutch moments, in those high stakes, high pressure moments, because Bleed themselves have got to witness it. Scary is the reason Bleed never got to make it to the higher stages of the international tournament. Found that 1v2 clutch, so they got him in the bag, and let's see what he can deliver under their name, what he can bring about when they need him the most in this elimination matchup.
Let's get in this, ladies and gentlemen. 14 seconds to start. Let's take a look at the Killjoy defensive utility for now. Blurred has placed nanoswarms and his alarm bot towards the start of B. Meanwhile, his turret is active towards the C side. He himself is playing on Garage. And I'm pointing this out because over the course of this defensive half, this setup will change. Of course, that will depend on how much Breed want to challenge this one. And for now, they don't want to challenge A at all. J is pushing up. He's about to be the recipient of a multiple peak. Of course, he does get one, so that's more than what she wrote for him.
They though will be happy with that. They get early contact, an early trade, and the site in return. A 4v4 post plan now, very much in favor of Bleed. But you can see Naos have done their homework. Instead of the usual Naos 4-stack retake, they're going for the double flank in with Moyer and Blurred coming in. And Crazy Guy, he's left wondering, should he look left, should he look right? And in that little bit of confusion, he ends up not getting it right. Moyer was the first, but Scary moving in for a lot more. living up to his name,
Last
finds a
player
double,
standing.
gets Bleed back into the round, and Juicy will be able to deliver. It's Scary once again, finds the 3K to finish off the pistol. Bleed getting off to a good start.
Jay did some incredibly hard work pushing up like that all by himself. He did assume that nobody would be challenging him since none of the bleed people got caught in the haunt, and the fact that he did not get challenged on the orb pickup kind of gave him a sense of security. Of course, he was well versed with the risk, but by the time Naos could take their positions on the A side, Bleed had already established their presence deep into the site, and the crossfires were just a bit too deadly to be dealt with. Bleed this time though, instead of picking up the usual Spectres and Bulldogs, are actually investing into Vandals. It's a bit of a risk, but I'm okay with it.
Most definitely, in the hands of these players, especially. And theoretically as well, like even if you drop a weapon here and there and the player who isn't buying for them is able to pick it up, you get a hell of a bonus going into the next round. Already though, they've taken down Blurred, got a little too overeager through that garage area and was taken down. But it is just the eco for now. I'm sure they're just going to look for some damage, and they've done exactly that. The DJ picks up the first and looking to find Juicy for the second, ends up getting paid out by JH.
One enemy
Juicy
remaining.
for a moment surely saw his life flashing before his eyes.
Oh yeah,
Spike planted.
definitely. It was up to JH to save his life. If not, then there would have been the second Vandal downed, and that's not a loss that you can afford. I'm sure that Bleed can afford to lose one Vandal, but what they can't afford is to let Jay carry forward any of these weapons. So he can't let anyone save. They can't let anyone survive. A clean round for Bleed. Sure, the risk was worth it, I guess. And I also admire the fact that they went towards Long, an area where they are much less vulnerable to these shorties and frenzies, because the range of the Vandal is superior and he get to fight at that long range.
Now Bleed trips with 5 Vandals on board and only one that has been bought through this round. Actually, scratch that, make it 4. JH gonna continue on the boost. Make it a pure bonus, but this is such a strong bonus. 4 Vandals against a full buy. They have a real opportunity to do everlasting damage against Naos' economy. And doing exactly that, they go in for the hard hit down seaside. Lucy takes down NDG, and Naos already in a bad position.
Exactly. NDG found himself in a very difficult position. Thought he would be able to hold off at least one of those players or maybe get a single kill before he fell back, but that just simply did not happen. And with this brute force, within a matter of seconds, Lead have taken over the seaside. Retake seems difficult, but the Prowlers and Paint Shells are not making it any easier for them as a firing gallery stands before Naos. Lead and Juicy just...
Holy.
What the hell is this? It seemed like they had absolutely no trouble. Any person trying to sneak in through that narrow corridor of CT just had no chances. They were pumped full of lead.
Naos cannot allow Bleed to dictate the tempo like this. That's the second round in a row where Bleed just walk in. I mean, not literally, but figuratively, they just hard hit that seaside and pick it up. And now they have nothing to say. Their utility not as valuable on the retake, especially that pain shell combo. And just like that, now their buy taken away. Trying to use that seize-their combo to take lobby control, but Bleed are happy to bait it out and then set up their own A-long take. The stun splits apart the Naos members with the recon coming in as well. Bleed very much have an idea that that recon is trying to stave off Moyer. Place him with the aftershock, shut him down once again with the hard hit down A side. Naos with nothing to say.
The only person that can ruin this is Kakarot, but he's already taken care of.
Player standing.
And there's no chance of a retake as well. NDG looking to get some exit frags. Wow, this is ridiculous, CA. With Bleed getting 2 flawless rounds back to back, their economy is going to be looking super strong. They have money for days. Most of the players are north of $8,000, almost max money for Bleed Esports.
Yeah, and most importantly, what this means is that Naos really have no other options to look forward to through this round. Maybe even getting an operator on Moyer could have been something they could wonder about if they had a decent economy. But they don't. Once again, they're on the buy round with a broken eco and crazy guy going for an interesting recon here. I think primed for a link. as Bleach set themselves up for a B to A link hit. A link revealing nothing. All they gotta do is check the bell because Kakarot is a secret agent waiting in the shadows. They don't check him till they do.
Oh, till they do. And they gave us a little glimpse of hope. Darion takes it away instantly. Jay pulls out the prowler at the worst time possible. Moer is here, and with this double, he's coming in from behind. This actually ruins a lot of the post-man positions that Bleed could have taken, but their whole intention was to take A link rather than go towards the bottom of mid, which honestly I'm okay with. The paint shell will push Darion out straight into the crosses of blood, and if the gun doesn't do anything, there's a showstopper, right? Oh my god, he's a showstopper as well, and he just doesn't seem to stop. What did Darion have for breakfast today? Nothing can seem to phase him. Nades, rockets, and none of them work against his gun.
Moyer is going to be angry in that moment on Blood, definitely, because you could see how much damage that pain shell did. Brought Darion down to 47 HP. All he needed from Blood really was that peak, so his showstopper will not be vulnerable from backside, because that pain shell, if there was someone in B Bell, B backside, it would have pushed them towards C Link, which is what Blood was waiting for. But Darion stuck to Bell. He didn't push himself all the way out, ensured he wasn't exposed from C Link, and punished all of Naos on that retake. That showstopper is stopped. Suddenly that round would look very, very different. But once again, on the eco, Naos getting desperate. NDG got out, and Moyer as well. They're falling like dominoes really grips here against Bleed.
At least the fall of dominoes is also sequential and graceful. This just seems like a pack of cards being blown away in a hurricane. Oh, of course they white swing him, but there's some hope they've recovered the guns and now maybe the retake is possible. But in case something goes wrong, the gravity well is there, and if something else goes wrong further, they also have the shock darts.
With the one-way available on the post plant and the double peak coming through, it's scary and crazy guy to secure a 6-0 lead for Bleed Esports. So you got to wonder what is going wrong for Naos, and it really does come down to those small moments where against a team like Bleed, it's all or nothing. You either convincingly win the round by denying them the opportunity to do what they want, or you lose. There's no other way around it. If you allow them to get the site hit, it's just nah. Not gonna happen, man.
And Naos did try to pull off something different. They tried to disrupt Bleed. That's why you saw the flash from Kakarot with NDG peeking out of Garage. Even that did not help. And this time NDG finds himself vulnerable yet again. The best that he can do is a one and done. And that's exactly what she wrote for him. He was standing in a one and done position as well. Oh, but here comes the rolling thunder. I don't think it was required necessarily, but look at the position that Darion wants to take. He wants to finish these fights before Naos even have a chance to set up. And it's good that they used up the rolling thunder before the null command got activated. Otherwise, they wouldn't have had the chance. They wouldn't have had the chance to use any utility at all.
Oh, now Darion gets caught out. A ding taken, but Kakarot finding the double keeps the hopes of his team alive. Traded out, Jay left on his lonesome, and that's Blade taking up yet another round to make it 7-0. And to continue on your point, Crips, 100% agree. I think for Naos right now, it's not that early aggression that's going to be the result of disruption. I'm probably going to see a timeout come up, by the way. But I think the only way they can afford to disrupt Bleed is first of all shut down the seaside. Bleed have shown that they have a propensity, not just in this matchup, but in general across every single haven we've seen, they love going to that seaside. So for starters, let's start playing that Killjoy Astra combo towards C instead of the Astra alone. You can have the Killjoy Astra to mark C and Garage. Play Kakarot on the KO on B, where you can ask him to permanently be A-Link or C-Link, where he can at least mark the B entrance, not necessarily hold it. You can still play B on retake, and then ask the Race Fate to play together on A, where they can change up their setup. Sometimes Seasonate for A lobby control, sometimes play Ultra Passive and use their utility when Bleed is looking to enter. Because when Bleed is looking to enter, when the Leer comes out for the site, or when the stun comes out for long, that's when they are at their most vulnerable to those utility combos. So I'd like to see Naos running that kind of setup where it's more about site shutdown rather than Bleed shutdown.
True. And if they try to shut down Bleed before they even start, they will fail because we've seen that attempt in the past, and that did not work for Naos Esports, where they tried to have Kakarot's flashes play along with someone else speaking with them. That also did not work, so they need something more. And what you said about shutting down Bleed when they are at their most vulnerable, when they are placing their own utility, that might actually work. So Naos have to get this timing right. Let's see if they can get this one right though. For now, Naos have dodged the initial utility of the Haunt, the fault line and everything else. They seem to have the correct read as well because there's 3 defenders on A and this could make life difficult for Bleed.
Deploying drone. The eco round for Naos, and they're not going to be happy about this drone revealing their double presence. Kakarot does take it down, holds on to that double presence on shot, but he himself is exposed because of it. Stuck in this tiny corner down at A-Shot Square. The smoke coming to help him out, and with the Bulldog, Kakarot buying as much time as he can. Gets one kill, and Jay coming in for the backup for the second through the flank of Bleed will make sure that Naos have a fighting chance in this round. With Kakarot finally taken down, the plant goes down, and on the back of this Nightfall, they're hoping Nerd can find some frags to help their retake.
Oh, but the moment they take control of CT, Bleed can continue pushing further into the site. They are aware that both the players are coming in from long, but they can't do anything about it. JH left with a mammoth task, has the aftershock to deny, but he probably won't even need it. NTG was down to 11 HP, but he still wins the duel. And now Esports take their first round. They break the winning streak of Bleed.
And I love this. I think the call from Emix over there was, guys, you cannot keep looking to sit yourself on the site if you know that there's a hit coming. So, for example, this time what Naos do very smartly so, they understand that the fast A hit is coming and Bleed has smoked off A shot. So they take A shot control for themselves, which enables them the quick flank like you would see in a map like Breeze, where if you're going for the B hit, you might see that elbow flank coming through. And it buys a lot of time with Kakarot holding on to Square for as long as he did.
Exactly.
Once again, though, the read for Naos Crips. Look at this, a heavy C and B stack.
Get out of my way!
Well, let's hope the heavy C and B stack pays off because that's not where Bleed are headed. They hightail it towards the A side where Jay realizes he won't be able to hold on to this site all by himself. Dodges the Rolling Thunder at the cost of giving up this site. But hey, with the amount of utility that Naos now have, especially with the lockdown and the Cosmic Divide available, a retake seems somewhat easy.
But Crips, Lockdown's kind of useless against this breach. He has his aftershock available. They're likely going to look to pop it now, but as soon as they do, surely JH is able to deny it on the back of his aftershock.
Well, then if the lockdown doesn't work, then they will have to rely on the backstab. And there's 2 men coming down this road. Crazy guy holding an off angle. This should be good enough for him to kill at least one. But can he get the better of Kakarot as well? Because his teammates are falling like flies on the actual side. And they need to get out of this lockdown if they want to make a move. As soon as they do, it's gonna be cleared. Cosmic Divide now goes down. Oh, but they don't even need to actually commit themselves to stop this defuse. They can just use the Hunter's Fury. And enough time has gone by. Naos have diffused it regardless.
Oh, hurt. That is gonna hurt, Crips. They did not know that the diffuse was going down. I'm gonna assume, I guess, too far away to get the audio cue. I'm not exactly sure what went wrong, but in that situation, not only do they lose the round, but to lose the Hunter's Fury as well. That's huge ultimates committed to that round. You lost the Blade Storm, the Rolling Thunder, and the Hunter's Fury, all for a round loss. Now it's coming up big and able to translate value on their Cosmic Divide and Lockdown, getting back some momentum for themselves, ensuring that we don't see a total blowout in this first match.
Yeah. They had no audio of the spike being diffused because of the Cosmic Divide. Sound doesn't go through. And the Rolling Thunder never paid off any dividend because there was nobody to hit on the A side. But even after that colossal failure, Bleed are comfortable hitting the A side again. Except last time they announced their presence loudly with the ultimate. This time they will make a contact play and find absolutely nobody over here.
Once again, now it's happy to play on the retake. Albeit this time they don't have those key ultimates. No lockdown, no Cosmic Divide. It's just going to be brute force. Especially with Moyer on the operators, looking that much more difficult. But if he can pick off Crazy Guy, buy time towards that long area, then that operator might just come in useful. Waiting for his space, he gets set up. It's the Steez Nate combo coming down to lock down a particular area with the Haunt revealing the presence of these crossfires. But just because they know they're there doesn't mean they can break them, because these crossfires are deadly. The gravity well pulls Naos into the hands of Bleed even further, and Bleed pull off a flawless round. That A retake not easy at all, especially when, like you mentioned, Bleed go for the walk-in approach and have the utility to play on the post plant.
Exactly. They did not use a single piece of utility up until they were actually breaching the site. They walk up towards long, and after that, it's just Darion dashing in, a single flash from JH, and that's all that's required. In fact, up until now, the only thing that was working for Naos in this A defense was whenever they had some control over a shot when Bleed was taking long control. Now that they have absolutely nobody in the side, they had no hope of stopping Bleed Esports. Jay though, oh, that was a bit of an aggressive position towards Long, but he falls back and survives. But what Naos are doing is something ridiculous. A four-man backstab. Even though Bleed might be able to see this one coming, they can't expect all four of them to be here. Jay at least takes one down before he hits the dust, so that's much more than what was expected of him. But how do Bleed respond to this one?
Right now is but now it's all funneling into a tiny choke point on this retake without the weapons as well.
One enemy remaining.
Victim 2 bleeds, setups. Just like that, 1v2, and NDG left with nowhere to go and nothing to play with. Just the goal to win. It's lead once again pick up the round, ensuring
Last
a massive
round in
lead
the half.
in this first map. And I have to say, Crips, I'm starting to get some memories of yesterday's Naos' matchup where they got stomped out by now South Built in the first map. I'm scared that Bleed is gonna do the exact same thing to them here.
Ah, what a feeling. To wake up in the morning and instead of smelling the coffee, you smell deja vu.
I
Bleed?
mean, in that regard though,
Hmm?
Bleed could smell it too if they go 10-2 up because they lost the map. from
Oh
10-2
my
up just
God.
yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, I don't even believe in the 9-3 curse
Obscuring
anymore.
vision.
10-2 has been a scarier scoreline for Bleed Esports. But what's more scary is that this B side is empty. There's only an alarm bot to take care of it. And even though the alarm bot will give some information to Naos, they won't know if one person has snuck 2 or 10. Lear disposed. Contact play made. But A-Link and C-Link have still not been smoked off. So this is a bold approach from Bleed. They were going in for this site with the intention of picking up the fights rather than blocking out those areas and going for the plant straight up. But look at this.
Taking that
Even after taking control of B, they have no intention of stopping. They want to go towards the C side. And Scary lies in wait. He's taken care of one of the players towards long, but now gives the call that NDG is present. And NDG never expected Darion to be on the site already.
NDG caught
player
out with his
standing.
back. The Nightfall coming to try and create some space, but the Rolling Thunder in immediate answer. He's Moyer on his lonesome. Gets one with the showstopper, but Juicy says, I'm gonna get you and take you down before
Switching
the
sides.
rocket even hits me. A 10-2 scoreline now for Bleed. Normally you'd say it's an outstanding one, but they do have some trauma related to it. Thankfully, that's not on this map and not against this team, so we'll be just looking to push forward and persevere. But talking about the last round, Scary coming up huge, man. Finding that 2K after that 3-man flank shuts down Crazy Guy, that completely changed the way that round went. Because even if Scary had only found 1 kill and got instantly traded out, and NDG was taken out, it would have meant a 2-man flank coming through with Kakarot's null command available. Suddenly, that round looks very, very different for Naos Esports. So, Scary once again coming up huge for his team and delivering when necessary to get them that round and this 10-2 scoreline.
Exactly. Especially that Nightfall caught everyone off guard. None of the Bleed members were able to dodge it. And when the Nightfall shaves your HP in half, 2 bullets are enough to kill you. The Rolling Thunder was the only response that they had to this Nightfall, which bought them not only a little bit of space to plant the spike, but also gave them the opportunity to pick up the kills. And with the Null Command active, none of that would have been possible. This could have easily been a 9-3 half. And it's just one guy who ruins everything from Naos Esports. Up until now, Naos had tried everything, right? They tried going for a 4-man flank for A retake. They tried something similar for C retake where they thought pushing out towards attacking spawn would help. What they did not expect that the Astra would be present over there, and it's Mr. Scary who would just ruin everything for them. But otherwise, it was a damn good idea for Naos. A
Yeah,
unique one at the very least, if not very good.
exactly. And the fact that they're still willing to try different things tells me that their mental hasn't been affected the way we saw it being
Yeah.
affected in yesterday's stomp by Southfield. But today's lead with a four-man push down C and NDG
Spike
with a whiff.
planted.
That could have been the hold of his dreams, could have gotten a lot more value, but gets nothing instead.
down.
And now is in a tough position where lead is coming at them from every single angle. The spike isn't even an open plant for any particular position. Jay gets caught out, and now is just like that in a 2v5 scrambling.
Remaining.
Oh my god! Scary guy, you don't have to flex on them like that.
Thanks.
They were dead to rights, the flash got them good. With their eyes closed, they had no hope, but then you took their heads off as well. And that too with such a stylish flick. Scary guy is just looking super chill right now. Pointing at the monitor telling, look, ma, look at how I'm playing today. But I have to admit, this four-man push straight out of C-Long was not something Naos was expecting. I mean, up until then, NDG was in his yoga pose, just setting up the utility for this imminent B hit. And the moment he got back into the real realm, he had all these people in front of him and no hope of taking down even a single one. Even Blurred, for that matter, got stunned with the fault line. Darion dashed and killed him. And this time, Juicy looking to pick up the pace on the back of that fault line. Once again, VCT Esports, they either push down C or they push down A, but they just simply don't sit on the side. They're always proactive.
Exactly, and in this position, once again, lead going for that four-man push. This time, like you mentioned, down B side, trying to push in from Naos from every single angle, but with Naos having got the plot down and able to set up the crossfires through Taco and Logs, Bleed are walking into a bit of an hellscape right here. Kakarot gets the first, but Bleed able to answer back immediately with a couple of their own, but those stingers sure do stick. Blurred comes out with a couple more, and it's Moyer to ensure they've got the advantage. Naos with the force by, keep their hopes alive.
Oh, and this force buy pays off massive dividends. It would have been map points for Bleed if this wasn't the case, but they make the force buy work, walk away with a Vandal or two. And this just shows that now Skyesports, when things get dirty, they are willing to just fight it out rather than rely on their utility. And this is what we pointed out in the analyst segment as well, right? Now's always good with the utility, but sometimes they just need to put that aside and click mouse one.
Yeah. Now a moment scanning ahead. Now the Bleed on the eco round. The Hunters really use proactively from Bleed though. They're looking to hunt them down, pick up some weapons for themselves and do exactly that. JH picks one, Scary with another, and even though Blurred gets a trade, that's two weapons that are upgraded for Bleed Esports, and now is lost, having lost the spike, lost in their approach. JS tries to be the player to pull themselves out of this mess, but it's easier said than done because Bleed just dumping utility on that spike, not letting Naos get handed it, but Naos finally able to escape away with it, leaving Scary guy, a crazy guy in an impossible spot. Can he hold on?
Oh no, doesn't check him, and the classic burst, it's very potent, takes down at least one player, reduces Jade down to very little HP, and this is actually dual, with Bleed having collected the weapons that were fallen on the ground. This seems possible. But they're very split. Naos have absolutely no trading potential. The best that they can do is catch JH off guard because he probably wouldn't check towards CT spawn. But Scary, there's not much that he can do over here. The fault line does stun NDG in the face, but JH has been taken off already. Scary revealed, and he peeks right out of the nebula. Oh, could have been great timing, but he just simply couldn't hit the moving targets.
It's Naos picking up the round despite the initial push in from Blade. And Naos will be ecstatic about that because what started off looking like an extremely difficult round to pull off ended off with a win, and a win where Bleed used their Hunter's Fury. The Sova ultimate gone, now that's one less thing for Naos to worry about, especially with no other big ultimate coming into light, but the same cannot be said for Naos Esports. 1 point away from Nightfall, 1 point away from the lockdown, 1 point away from the null command. Naos in a great spot to use these ultimates to push in, but ultimates or not, Juicy doesn't care, just walks in and pops the head off Naos' prime radiolist.
Exactly, and he falls back to safety without any trouble whatsoever. There was basically no backup available for him. There was a dissipate placed right under his feet, and the moment that goes away, he pops up from the shadows. Nobody is the wiser. Crazy guy seems to have an inkling. The smoke will keep him away from his angle, so at least he can't see the members of Naos Esports cross in, but he has a fair idea about what's happening over here. Bleed playing from CT, ready to fall back and give up the site in case something goes wrong. But Naos are not the kind of team that can make some brute force execute happen, especially given their lack of utility. The fault line, especially placed towards this A-long entrance, tells you exactly what you need to do. Bleed are fully aware about this one. The only thing that can probably stop them is the flash, but Crazy Guy still has his eyes open, and everyone's heads come rolling down to the floor. Darion looking to make a flank. At least now catch that off guard, so they have a chance to break out of this hold. But can they race Bleed Esports to the seaside? Let's see if their nimble feet can carry them fast enough.
2v4 on the round, though. It's not just their nimble feet, it's gonna be their fancy footwork with the firepower coming in to help them out. A Crazy Guy gets spammed out. Juicy's there for the backup, takes 2 to make them pay. Match point picked up for Bleed Esports as they take now that 12th round on board and shut down Naos. But Naos, having picked up those back-to-back last few rounds, should have enough money to be able to pick up a buy still in this round. So it's not done just yet. Naos can still look to push forward for the comeback, but slowly but surely it does feel like Bleed is shipping away. And actually, scratch that, I was mistaken. Naos don't have the economy to be able to pick up a full buy, so that much easier for Bleed in this round.
Exactly. All that they need to do is make sure that they never get into a position where the lockdown has a chance to come into effect. Darion marking that angle. If he can get this kill onto Kakarot, it's the key ultimate taken off already. That's the null command out of the picture. Oh, what a bait.
Spike down mid.
Tried to shoot the Prowler, ended up getting shot down himself. Darion recovers the weapon but doesn't have the HP to work with.
He got the trade though. That is going to help him hold on to this V-side for that much longer. But just in the nick of time, he backs off. Doesn't get that duel to Jay. Now with the Nightfall looking to execute onto this B-side, but they don't come in ultimate. They're just going in all hands, and that gives enough time for Jay to set up the flash point for himself and pick up a 3k. Now you should have used your ultimates because you're not going to get an opportunity any longer. It's Bleed who finish up the match 13-4 and take a 1-0 lead in this series.
What a well-timed flash. J-Edge basically blinded everybody. No eyes and very soon no heads as well. A clean triple kill for these people, shutting down any hope that Naos Esports might have had. Just nipping the problem in the bud. Naos also were trying to go for something unique that wasn't a standard B hit. The way that they moved into its A link, you can see that they had something else in mind. They were hoping to throw Bleed off guard, but Bleed, they have a simple yet elegant solution. Just click heads and roll Naos Esports over before they even have a chance to use their ults.
And really at this point, once again, Naos in a very familiar spot, though not a spot they want to be familiar with. Get dominated in the first map of their series, and really for Bleed Esports, a familiar spot that they are very comfortable with. Picking up a dominating victory, will be looking to continue their run of form. Now, we did see Naos able to rally back strong yesterday. Can they do it again is the question today, but not the way they did yesterday, because they need to win. This is their tournament lives on the line. They cannot afford another map loss.
Definitely not. Haven did not go the way they expected it to. Maybe Icebox can do the trick, but quite honestly, Icebox also might have similar problems if the approach is the same, because Blade Esports, sometimes they're comfortable going for the contact plays, but sometimes they're also more than comfortable announcing their presence loudly to the world with the barrage of utility that comes raining down. So Icebox also follows a similar pattern. Sure, the opportunities to flank and maybe do some brain work like that with some amazing lurks is not as much as it is in Haven, but I mean, at the end of the day, Icebox is also a very momentum-heavy map. With so many angles to clear in the side, you either drop down to pace to a crawl, or you hit it with blitzering pace. There's no in-between. Nothing like that will work.
Exactly right, and really in Icebox with Juicy continuing on that arena, he's sure to continue his run of form. He's had a brilliant match here. You can even see in the second half his confidence to be able to just walk out that B site and pop out Moyer on that garden spot. It really showed you that once again Bleed are back in the zone where they feel comfortable doing what they want. They're back in the zone where they're not worried about how they're going to be countered, worried about how they're going to be anti-distracted, and they're just playing their game altogether. And I have to say, a Bleed Esports roster focusing on their game and able to dictate the tempo, I'm not sure if there's anything scarier than that, at least in the Essential scene.
Exactly. Bleed Esports, the only thing that can really counter them is when Bleed are not playing their own play style, right? The
Yeah.
whole premise of trying to counter Bleed is that you cannot, as long as they're doing their own thing, you will be trying to counter them. You will be too stuck up on that process to play your own game. And that's Bleed's biggest advantage. They make sure that they throw you off of your natural play style and in this constant rut of trying to come up with a counter, which simply does not exist.
And really, at this point now, they're going to have to somehow find a way to produce it. Because if they don't, going into Icebox, which really does come once again, this is now his map of choice. Haven was Bleed, so I'm sure they have a plan prepared at the very least. But here, we'll have a look at that when we get to that second map. For now, let's have a look at the scoreboard of the first map and find out who the MVPs were and the brilliant performers as well. Kakarot, with a decent performance. 4 first blood spectre for him, surprisingly so on that KO. But it's Juicy as we expected, who picks up the overall MVP with a 2.33 KD ratio to boot. This man popped off.
Oh, Juicy popping off 21 frags. I guess I can say the same for Darion as well.
Yeah.
16 frags for 9 deaths is a very impressive ratio. Same with Scary for that matter. And Scary wasn't even getting into fights all that often. He was just on flank watch constantly. And if he can get so many frags on just flank watch, I think this is just alarm bells ringing for now. Esports, who all seem to be in the 7, 8, 9 ballpark of frags.
Yeah, exactly. And I think for Naos as well, right? The few first bloods they did get, like Kakarot with the Cup of Four, were on the back of those 5v5 retakes where they would give up a site to Bleed willingly. And you could see when they had ultimates, fair enough, those ultimates were the edge to get them a successful retake. But when they didn't have ultimates and Bleed were able to hold on to their crossfires, it was never a question of whether or not the retake was going to be able to come through. It was never a close affair, and Bleed were convincingly able to pick up round after round. And it's quite surprising for me, considering the discussion we had before this match, right? Given the heavy utility Naos have for themselves, we never saw that killjoy towards the seaside. We never saw the Fade Astra or even the Fade Race combos try to lock down a particular site. I feel like Naos did not necessarily play to their one particular strength that would kind of magnify Bleed's weakness.
Well, Bleed doesn't seem to have any weakness for now. The only weakness that you can probably bring about in their roster is to just play your own game. And now Esports, with the amount of utility they have, on paper, they should have been able to stop Bleed Esports in their track, or if not stop them, at least slow them down for the matter. But even that did not happen. It came down to NDG playing one and done angles. It came down to Kakarot trying to set his teammates up for success with the flashes, which did not pay off any dividends at all. Unfortunately, the Killjoy also wasn't able to do much because I never saw Bleed worrying about nanoswarm grenades or trying to dodge all that utility. They were more than comfortable just walking right through it.
Yeah, exactly. And at that point, you really needed a combo of utility, right? You needed
Hmm.
Naos to work in conjunction, but
Yeah.
maybe they're able to do it on the map of their own choice in Icebox. We'll find all of it out and which team is actually able to pick up the win after a small break.
Welcome back to AMD Presents SEA Championship by Skyesports VCT Off Season official event powered by Ampverse. You guys are in the middle of a cracking good match between Bleed Esports and Naos Esports. Both these teams are fighting for their tournament lives in the lower bracket of the playoffs. Bleed Esports have already won the first map, Haven, and now we're moving on to Icebox next.
Yeah, Bleed Esports one step away from securing their spot in the lower bracket finals and getting that much closer to ensuring their way into the final playoffs. Let's have a look at the veto and find out exactly where we're going to be headed towards in terms of the second map in this series and see if Naos can come back. And in that regard, Crips, we've got Naos in their own map of choice on Icebox trying to pull one off. Can they do it though after a devastating loss in the first? We'll have to see.
I guess it all comes down to shutting down the pace of Bleed Esports.
Yeah.
If Naos can play on their own pace, it will be so much more comfortable for them. Because in Haven, we saw that if they try to defend the A side or the C side for that matter by keeping their players stationed over there or by sometimes even stacking, they wouldn't be able to stop Bleed simply because of the breakneck pace. And every time they give up the site, retaking is also that much harder. So you can't play on extremes, right? You can't hope to either defend it while you're still there or go for the retake. You have to reach a middle ground where Bleed is not exactly comfortable. If you slow the game down enough, then you will force Bleed to reconsider their action, and that mid game segment is where they usually struggle at. I mean, we don't know if they struggle. We just assuming they struggle because they don't struggle at the extremity. So we're just hoping that there is some solution, some salvation that lies for now Esports in that treacherous mid game where it seems like Bleed have not found themselves pressured enough.
Absolutely. And going into Icebox, now is going to have to pull out all the stops to be able to pick up the win. So let's head on straight over to the lobby with no further ado and find out if Naos are even going to be able to stand up to the might that is Bleed. Naos, though, quite interestingly, are going to elect to play a double duelist lineup, fighting fire with fire. Now, I love this approach.
But do you think it will work? Do you think it's something that they're
Uh,
comfortable with? I mean,
that's
sure,
a minor
I've
question.
yeah, because a jet is a staple pick on a map like Icebox. Even Arena has more or less been accepted into meta these days. Chamber obviously is a decent pick, but it's been a while since I've seen a raise on this map. I'm not saying that the raise is not viable. It's just that will you in particular be able to pull it off? I'm not doubting Blurred as an individual over here. I'm doubting the new approach by now Esports because we certainly haven't seen this one. If they've been practicing it off the books in some private scrims, yes, maybe then there is some surprise potential, but I, for one, do not expect too much of this one. Maybe Bleed Esports
It's
have a good
also
chance of shutting this down 2-0.
It's also the idea that without that chamber killjoy, a certain part of the map, which is usually neglected because of the chamber killjoy, is now wide open. And I'm talking about the kitchen where Scary is already bound to be cooking up some massive lurks, right? On that Viper of his choice, the minute he notices, yo guys, they haven't got a single chamber killjoy in place. So either they're gonna have to play heavily aggressive for mid control, or they're going to have to wall off mid every single time. And even though that was the most rudimentary form of kitchen control there was when Icebox first came out, where the Sage Wall was used, I think that's the worst way to use the Sage Wall on this map. Which means you lose a valuable resource because without that, and you can see they're going to adopt the former option that I mentioned, playing aggressively down mid every time with Moyer already looking for some action down that kitchen tube. Not going to find much because Bleed they're focused around this A side.
Yeah, but there is the main player of Bleed Esports. It's Scary on that Viper holding T-spawn, and he might get taken down by Moyer if he's not aware about this one. Contact made, Moyer detected, and he can safely fall back. Unless he wants to re-engage. He's got his dash active. He knows he wants to take a shot before he falls back. Doesn't want that to go to waste. And it's gone. It's done. Aggression shown and no result found. But at least they figured out that Bleed Esports are trying to hit the A side, so maybe it could act like an early warning system. Although given the setup of Naos Esports, it seems like they're in no position to stop this take.
Most certainly will be, right, Trips. Crazy guy picks up Kakarot for the opening frag, and just like that, what Naos was thinking they could play on retake won't even have the opportunity to do that now with that frag lost. With Darion coming through on the flank as well, it seems like it's just a matter of time and inevitability really for Bleed to win this round. Lucy starts us off on the post front and will look to finish them off as well. With the help of JH and Crazy Guy, Bleed pick up right where they left off, getting the pistol in the bag.
Oh, and this barrier rob is so devastating. You can set up a numerous amount of crossfires behind just that barrier rob, and that is just step one. You can't even account for the other people of Bleed to be near 410 or near pipes, or even on the default site for that matter. Just that barrier rob forces you to check so many extra angles that have now been invented that weren't previously present. And all of this is possible because Naos Esports did not stop Bleed Esports from coming into the site. They just let them have it. And just to counter that, in particular, Naos are now heavily stacking A.
Naos, the read here might just be
Harbour there.
perfect. With Bleed all pushing it to the side, it's all about that first contact, and Juicy gets it.
Headshot.
JH with yet another trade, but Naos just fishing for damage. They get a couple
player
down.
standing.
Blurred able to delay for as long as he can. Now we're left with the Sheriff in his hands, looking for yet another, and he most certainly will find it. Considering the fact that Bleed brought a couple of Vandals into play and Spectres to boot, this is a round of significant damage done from Naos to them, and you can see it in terms of Bleed's economy, where Darion is going to have to reinvest into a Vandal, and this effectively ensures that Naos have that significant advantage while sort of denying Bleed's bonus.
Exactly. And with several Bleed members now opting to take only half armor, it is so much more easier for Naos to get their shots in. Even with the Phantom, that 140 fear will not exist in your mind. Once again, a fast A take, Lear in the sky. The Viper wall slightly more curved towards the left hand side, allowing them to get in deeper without having to make first contact. Okay, Darion actually tanking the snakebite damage. He doesn't have a care in the world. He's already got Juicy up on top, so Juicy can easily wreak havoc, and NDG is trapped over here. He doesn't even get one, and this round is already done. Unless the double backstab coming in from Naos have something to say about it.
Man, these bonus rounds from Bleed have been absolutely devastating to Naos. We saw this on Haven. We're seeing it once again on Icebox. The fast hits from now Bleed break Naos down
Last
every
player
single time.
standing.
The flank broken by Scary as well, leaving Blurred exposed with just one option on his hands. Go for the save. Darion is already looking for the hunt. Hasn't heard Blurred just yet, but should have an inkling the Blurred has made his way towards this B site, and the hunt will most certainly come. Blurred, you gotta get out here. And inside, he's gonna pick up a frag, then get out of here.
Well, exits are always nice. You keep Bleed economy as humble as you can. Because with Bleed saving so many weapons, their economy will start to snowball. Now, Naos did a decent job of killing like 3 members in the previous eco round and 2 more in this one, but that needs to keep on happening. You need to keep Bleed silent and humble, because otherwise it's going to be a repeat of the previous map. Bleed had like more than 8,000 credits in the 3rd or 4th round itself, and you can't have that. You
I'm
can't
just
let them get away with so much momentum.
Absolutely, and that's the idea, right? When you're playing on your buy, I'm really surprised now don't play early contact. Because when you look at Bleed's roster, the only thing you have to worry about is the Lear and this drone, potentially a recon coming through, all of which is breakable if you play a 2-3-man squad, but instead, once again, they elect to back right up, play slightly more passive than necessary, and allow Juicy to get to an advantageous angles, which he takes full advantage of. Picks up the first blood for his team, relegating now to this precarious spot down in yellow. Is Juicy going absolutely ham as the Empress, she's ready to feed. Picks up a 3K and secures the site for Bleed.
Moer playing ring around the rosies of yellow box, hoping to retrieve a weapon and fall back to safety, but he will be able to do neither. Blurred, however, has a bone to pick with them as the showstopper available. Crazy Guy does get blown to smithereens, but not before he silences Blurred.
theoretically, I understand the idea of that showstopper. If you're able to get one kill and not get taken down, you isolate it to a 1v1. But more often than not, even if you get that one kill, even if they don't kill you, they are going to be able to inflict some serious damage on you. So, what that directly implies is that Bleed effectively take away that showstopper from Naos on an eco, no less. And Naos, again, in a very bad spot, starting this map off quite poorly. 4-0 now down, but they've got the buy through. We're on the off. They're going to hope that is going to be the rally they need to pull off some success. Now, walling it off Belong here to pick up the orb. They're going to have to back right up as Bleed, having taken that down on the back of a single drone, will be able to take it all back.
Hey, but I'm kind of scared over here, CA. Now, sure, they might not have had good weaponry in all the previous rounds, but what they did have is a good read. They were always attacking the correct bomb site, but still Bleed found a way to draw the rotations at the most inopportune moments and also isolate these flags. Okay, see, stuff like that is exactly what makes me feel sad for Naos. At least Moel is able to bring one back. But now that they've figured out where the Opper is, they can just easily take kitchen control without getting contested. NDG has a fair idea, but he's only able to take one. JH is ready for the repeat, and the slow up will make sure it's not easy for NDG to pick up any more frags in this region. The only person who can now ruin this is probably Kakarot, and he has the perfect timing. Jumps up and takes down the other stage, not before getting shut down by Scary. But with the spike drop in the middle of kitchen and no trading potential available on the members of Bleed, the only thing that can be worse than this is this Viper's Pit. Oh, and now the round turns around on its head.
Trying to sneak through. He's able to do exactly that. Scary got off and Blurred coming through from the mid flank, able to shut them down. The Viper's Pit yields no value as Naos are able to pick up their first round. And Moyer able to recover the operator as well. Just like that, Naos pull a rabbit out of the hat, really. That wasn't a round I think they were expecting, but they'll take every single one they can get.
Definitely. It was nothing short of magic. But it also comes down to Bleed trying to go for that mid plus kitchen play rather than just relying on the standard A hit, B hit.
Yeah.
They tried something new, it did not work, but will that discourage Bleed from trying things in mid even later on in the game? We'll have to wait and watch. I hope it doesn't quell their curiosity.
Wrong buddy out.
Have to see if they elect to go back to their standard continue on this default, because now they're looking to just hold it down once again with the reads like you mentioned. This time a 3-hit towards the A site as Bleed use that Hunter's Fury proactively to gain information on site. You don't get any value off of that, but towards that mid area they're able to spot one out and shut down the Viper on that B side, and that should immediately tell them that hey, with the Viper taken away, nothing to anchor that B side, that's a free hit.
Exactly, and there's absolutely nobody standing over there either. Whatever Naos members are present are towards either kitchen or towards mid oranges. Kakarot is in a position to get a single frag, but I don't think he wants to go for a one and done. He may be able to revive his teammate in case there's a barrier up present on his side, but even that is such a risky prospect.
Can't down though. Now it's now gonna start up the retake. The Hunter's Fury coming on to ensure that first round positions are denied. Combined with the resurrection, might just keep up the hope. But Bleed are still able to find the trades, and it's Jay left on his lonesome, far away from the site where he was popping his Hunter's Fury to pull off a 1v1 against Darion, who has all the time, all the information in the world to know exactly where Jay is coming from. He's marking the crossing, waiting for the tap, and despite Jay getting that kill, he should not have enough time to pull off the defuse. Or does he? Oh, he does! Yeah. Oh my! 27 milliseconds.
Yeah.
Darion's gonna be cursing himself. Like, I should have just waited half, like a second longer. Aye.
I can't even blame Darion. With that little HP, he probably would have had his chances better if he just swung out at the moment he heard the spike tap. He was hoping that maybe the animation of the spike tap will
Just unlucky.
just get him off the spike. Exactly. You can chalk that up to luck. But I'm gonna be honest, Bleed Esports, given the amount of odds that were against them, I think they did a good job. They had the revive coming through for Naos, the Hunter's Fury activated as well, and unlike Bleed's Hunter's Fury, Naos' one actually paid off a lot of dividends. So with all that was against them, I think it's still fine that they were able to boil it down to a 1v1. Now, once again, Bleed knocking on the doors of the ace side. Blood ready to answer the door, maybe even stick a few bodies in the flow. But with this pace being slowed down to a crawl, Bleed are looking to re-engage. The barrier rob has always been a problem for them, but the only thing that can counter this is NDG's Viper Spit, who does successfully get at least one kill. The plant has been denied so far, but JH is looking for a safe haven, which doesn't exist in this site. With 3 members still falling back and getting to the south of 410, Bleed have a chance of going back and reconsidering their options. Or maybe they wait for Naos to make another mistake. Oh, the arm is visible! And this was the drone from hell. It basically throws this site into disarray.
There's just no need to drone from there though.
will
You can
not
do that
kill
exact
my
same
ally.
drone from screens where you're protected by Moyer. Jay getting
30 seconds left.
to a really bad spot gives away the opportunity to Bleed to not just take away a man from sight, but with the resurrection, pick up a significant man advantage. And now Bleed, they're gonna look to force down on Moyer. The brute force power of Bleed coming into play, ignoring the Viper all the way through.
Spike
But
down
NDG
A.
says, for how long, man? I am
10
here and I'm
seconds
here
left.
to play. Picks up a couple. Watch out,
enemy
Scary.
remaining.
He's gonna be able to make that a
Spike
triple.
planted.
Going out with a classic to secure a clutch. And he do exactly that. The Viper says, welcome to my world, baby. This is what you get.
He enfolds the site in his arms and clutches the round with that ridiculous
Look at the
frag
coach's
fest.
face.
Even he can't believe what just happened.
He's almost disgusted, you know. He's like, bro, what is this player? How?
Meanwhile, NDG is not even smiling, but he did draw a small crowd in his office back there, probably from all the noise that was made. I have to admit though, Bleed deciding to push Moer down there was the correct call.
Yeah.
They had absolutely no reason to challenge NDG over there, and they completely ignore him. With Moer being taken down, NDG was left in a precarious spot, and the only reason he was able to win is because nobody spotted him going up on that tower. If he was spotted over there earlier, he probably wouldn't even have had the chance to pick up that second kill. But hey, he picks up all 5, and that's the way to roll, baby. He's given Naos Esports their 3rd round, but Bleed look to take it back, as this site has been easily relinquished by Naos.
Spike planted.
No ultimates in play as well, though. With full utility available on Blurred, they have a ton of opportunity to be able to pull off this raid. Newport will give them a ton of information, combined with Moyes off picking up that first blood. Naos in now, a great spot to start this off on the back of that drone. They push someone off 410, and just like that, Kakarot jumping off of rafters to commence this retake. Moyes gonna be able to shut down Belt, but look at Bleed. They have the shock darts as well as the snake vice to ensure this post plant doesn't go down. Will it be enough?
But the half defuse has already been stuck. If someone from Naos is healthy enough, they can just continue sticking it, and that's exactly what's happening. Jay will gladly give up his own life in order to get this round, and he doesn't even need to give it up. He survives quite healthy, and scores are tied.
Now calling Bleed out on their bluff. Expecting that A hit almost, because we've seen this from Bleed before, right? And it seemed like a protocol for Bleed where if they lose out a round, which is like clutched out or hero play of somewhat sort is made, or even if it goes down very close in a particular site, they almost always re-hit that site again. They're like, hey, we got that site once, we can do it again. This time we're just gonna have to play our post plans better. And once again, rinse and repeat for Bleed, but with a small adaptation. This is something I really want to see if they actually elect to do it, which is leave Scary for the lurk entirely, because remember, Naos haven't got the Sentinel, they haven't been walling Kitchen off. Scary's lurk can be huge.
Yes, but Scary doesn't even look to go around towards lurking positions. He's just joining his team on the site and hoping that nobody comes in for backstab. He's marking the backstab angles. This barrier up though, it's been so problematic. Now elect to break the leftmost block rather than the one in the center, because at least clears out the crossfire potential over there, making life that much easier. Moer with the first kill also is a good start, but time is ticking in the lead. They just need to hold on for a second longer. Darion gets double PT and no chance of surviving that one. The showstopper is going to push everybody back. JH gets one kill before he's finally taken away, but Juicy has way too much responsibility on his shoulder. With the spike being planted up top, they can spam this one, but it's Scary who makes it work. He finally comes through from mid, and nobody would have expected this. Jay sticks it. Can this go through? No, it can't. Scary spams away at Jay through the walls, through the woodworks, and through all odds, they persevere. Bleed are just stubborn, man. They simply refuse to stop going A. And whatever did not work for them last time certainly works this time. Whew.
And they plan it out in advance. The nest plant given so that Scary on his flank from mid will have the opportunity to deny the plant. If they continue to give their casual A-side plant the way they've been doing across this first half, Scary would not have been able to clutch out the round. So Bleed, you can see, playing 5-dimensional chess right now, planning things out in advance, and that's why I really wanted Scary to go on the lurk. Now I was not expecting it whatsoever. Lose out that round, but it is still a very close affair now. Moyer giving away the audio cue of that push down A side, still manages to pick up one, but the second denied is Juicy with the trade and Bleed with the advantage, especially with the revive coming through.
Oh, the Hunter's Fury, it definitely can kill the person who has just been revived, but the laser beams miss, and Bleed still have all 5 alive. And the moment I say that, Naos continue to fall. Juicy is kicking ass, taking names. Blurred now left in a nearly impossible 1v5 with no weapon to his name. How does he go about this one? Position given away, that's it.
Still gets a decent frag though, and I will say, Blurred on this race has been phenomenal on this matchup, much better than the impact he was able to show on his Killjoy. But that's all it's gonna be, because Bleed again rallying back strong, pushing it off, and I'm really surprised Jay's Hunter's Fury not able to not get one kill. I totally thought it would get more than one because of the nature of that B-long area. So many people stacked up in that spot, but Bleed pull out their knives, put on their salsa shoes, and with some fancy footwork, dodge it all out.
Drone.
Exactly. Oh no, this could have been a disastrous nade if Crazy Guy didn't realize what was happening.
Yeah.
Kakarot standing in the way of all the Bleed members, the wall, helping him to fall back on site, where he can reunite with NBG and hopefully put up a better defense. But with so many Vandals rattling away in this area, the amount of information that Naos will be now deciphering, it could be misleading. They're expecting Bleed to hit this site with all 5 members, and while everything connects the dots so far, Naos can still be in for a surprise. Kakarot has basically no say in this round. He's forced away by the Leer. The Viper screen doesn't let them get a single line of sight, and the plant, it seems like it will go down without any hiccups.
Oh no. He might have just cursed out from Bleed there in that situation, because now is ensuring that they give as many hiccups as possible. The wall taken down with the spam, the spike plant denied, and Bleed in a precarious spot now. They are able to recover the spike.
30 seconds
And with the Hunter's Fury being used proactively, they're trying to clear out certain close angles, but they cannot. Instead, they get caught out. Moyer takes out Darion. The spike planter taken out as well. It's Blurred moving in for the kill. Nail in the coffin by NDG, and just like that, Naos will pick up the 5th round. Making sure that we get ever so close to that 6-6 scoreline. And this is really giving me deja vu clips.
Exactly. Bleed's
Last
stubbornness
round
will be
before the
their
switch.
undoing. Every time something went wrong for them on the A side, they did not consider falling back. Instead, they group up once again, regather themselves, and continue hitting A and trying to plant over there. Same goes for this particular side as well, right? The moment that barrier off was broken and the plant was initially stopped, all they really needed to do was wait a little, let Scary's fuel come back online so that the Viper Toxin screen could be redeployed, and then they could have had a much safer time trying to go for that plant. Instead, they go for it in the open, where they are not only vulnerable from the operator, but also vulnerable from Kakarot's Vandal on top of that zipline tower. This stubbornness and their desperation to get the plant down, even when they have no utility to cover them, will be Bleed's undoing. And the moment I say that, I notice that the Viper's pet is online. Maybe that could be the ultimate they need to get this plant down safely. Because if Bleed are going to be stubborn, then they might as well do it in their own ultimate.
Once again, though, a trend I have to notice for Blade. An alarming one for me personally, but I'm not, I have to say, quite sure why. We never see timeouts from Negia. He's just able to get whatever he wants to say done during Naos' timeouts, I guess. It's a interesting proposition. It's really an interesting situation. It's not something I would expect whatsoever. But hey, as long as Bleed win, that's what matters.
Juicy continuing to pop off, now leading the charts by a massive margin. Once again, just waiting for Naos' aggression. They're holding towards the south of the zipline tower in case anyone from Naos is pushed up close towards pipes or maybe towards the other side. But instead, Moer has taken down Crazy Guy on mid. All the aggression of Naos doesn't really come through towards the sides, it comes through to mid, and Juicy just wide swings bird. Oh my god. Now that's something we will never forget. Kakarot instant trades it out, NDG on top, and he's still alive. He hasn't really been shut down by anyone because there's basically no elevation available on B. Nobody on top of 410, nobody on pipes either. And NDG can isolate Darion every single time. Scary now needs to dig the spike deep out of the A site and look to recover a round which is done and dusted. His Viper Spit also won't allow him to reach that far into the site unless he deploys it after killing J. He's still going for the challenge? Moyer was available over there. They never let him even activate that Viper Spit.
Switching sides.
6-6 on board now, and my deja vu is most certainly online. This was the exact situation for Naos in their matchup against South Bird yesterday. Got stomped out in map 1 and then in map 2 pulled through an extremely close first half scoreline before barely getting scraped out and losing it out. But can they reverse the tides? Can they turn their tables and ensure that what happened yesterday was just that? Just another tale, just another story. But what happens today is they pick up this win, take us to map 3. Can they do it, Crips?
I hope they definitely can. I, for one, would love to see Pearl. It's been a while since we've seen a Pearl game now, haven't we?
Yeah.
Naos, on the other hand, their attacking side on Haven seemed somewhat more stable than their defense. And if that rings true in Icebox as well, then we are looking at Naos comfortably sailing through this game. At least Moer and Blurred are starting to show up. In the previous game, they were having a rough time getting their duels going in their favor. Juicy, as always, popping off, but nobody else is even close to him in terms of frags or impact.
Yeah, and I have to say, in terms of that impact, right, I want to give a shout out to Moyer. Every single time in these high pressure matches, this player turns up. Even yesterday, after getting stomped out with that race on Haven, it was Moyer turning up. Today, on that jet, when his team needs him the most, his operator on defense has been a menace to play it again and again. 14-8-2 popping off right now on this map. Once again, in this high-stake, high-pressure situation, Moyer is turning up. But can he go above and beyond and be the X factor for his team to pick up map 3? Because that's what his target has to be.
Taking their sweet time to cross that poison cloud. Also, so many people got revealed in that recon dart. I wonder if that was intentional. I wonder if that was deliberately pinged off to give Naos a false, to give Bleed a false sense of information.
Holding on to their positions in this default, a Crazy Guy. He has the read. The IGL knows that there's something going down mid and thinks about going for the peak, but backs right up and instead caught out towards that cube by Moyer. As Naos execute this mid to be split, but keep pushing on down into sight. They want to take the fight to Bleed, give them a taste of their own medicine, and doing exactly that. Swarming them like ants, refusing to give them a moment to breathe. Is Naos now in a comfortable spot.
Yes, keep in mind that Darion has gone undetected so far, and this could be the thorn in their side. He's about to backstab them. Jay is the only man who can see him, but he doesn't spot him. He pulls out the gun at the wrong time, and even Darion did not see him. What on earth was that? like ships in the night sailing past each other. We had a little bit of a comedy moment over there, but now it's recover before it's too late. Before Darian has that time, before Darian has the opportunity to strike again. Well, that was awkward, but hey, what ends well is a round well done by Naos Esports.
Yeah.
Got hairy over there for a second now.
Yeah, most definitely did. But hey, all's well that ends well. And at this point, I think now for them is just about taking it round by round and establishing some sort of momentum, really, some sort of form for not just individual players, but for the team as a whole. Because you can see while Moyer and Blood are having a great game, surprisingly so, Kakarot isn't. And he's one of the players across the group stages that we've seen who was able to consistently deliver in every single aspect. Not just firepower, not just supportive ability, in terms of his IGLing, his reads in every single manner. And I have to say, while his reads are not lacking today, not able to find the firepower that he normally has. So he's going to rely on his teammates to be able to be the rising tide that's going to help him lift their team up. And doing exactly that, they spot out the heavy push from B towards the A side.
Spike planted.
Yeah, but 4 people from Bleed Esports coming from the back lines. I don't think Naos are ready for this one. They can expect a couple, but will they expect all 4 of them to be here? Superior weaponry on Naos should make this easier to deal with, and it turns into a shooting gallery with only JH being able to create any real impact. Once again, leaving Crazy Guy with a nigh impossible task to pull off. And he's just better off saving. He doesn't even have anything to save. If he can maybe recover a weapon, that would be great. But even that won't matter because Bleed have a buy in the next round regardless. And it's not like Naos have invested into too many fancy weapons, right? It's mostly Spectres and Bulldogs across the board. Unlike Bleed, Naos don't really pick up Vandals in the second round.
And Crazy Guy will get taken down. I just want to take a moment to talk about that Ion Frenzy. I feel like I have a love-hate relationship with it, you know? Like, I love how sleek it looks, but it feels inherently wrong for me for a Frenzy to look that sleek, if that makes sense. Like, I want a Frenzy to be wild. You get what I mean?
I get it. I want all my shots to be wild, but I'm neither sleek nor wild, yeah.
Okay, talking about a wild approach, Naos now on their bonus will certainly be looking for exactly that. Right, to do as much damage as they can, cause some chaos in the minds of Bleed, and really start putting some doubts in there. Because if they don't, I'm sure Bleed will come alive in a matter of moments, and this is the round for them to do exactly that.
This time Bleed have taken a slightly different approach. Rather than pushing out A, they are holding a double stack towards the left of 410. Now, this could be a cool bait and switch angle if they're able to pull it off. But given how methodical Naos has been, I think it's going to be slightly difficult for them to pull this one off. Darion with both his rendezvous placed on height. Not feeling all that good about this one. JH needs to capitalize on the back of this. And Lee tries to break the recon at the worst time possible. The opportunity is missed. And now the double stack will not work. JH still very potent. Very difficult to uproot from this position. Jay finally puts him in his grave. But it's a bit too late. The rotation from Bleed has arrived. The cavalry is here. And Naos are yet to breach the planting area. With this toxin screen still up, it slows them down to a crawl, but they need to hurry because there's less than 30 seconds left.
Yeah, they've got no secondary option in terms of a lurk or the B side. They're all going to try to force it down here, and while Kakarot finds one, that's all she wrote for Naos in their bonus. They were able to take a couple weapons away, but Bleed are going to be more than happy to be able to pick up this round and move forward into the next. Now, what Bleed don't have is the eco to continue on in terms of their buys, so Naos do have a decent advantage going into the next round to try and maintain their lead, but we'll have to see because in these off-buy rounds, we've seen Bleed be extremely successful and effective with their protocols coming into play, so I wouldn't be surprised if we see an innovative and creative push from Bleed in this round.
Well, let's see if we see this push. They definitely make their presence known towards pipes. But after that, what else will they do? Will they stop there or will they go all the way towards the spawn? They did so in the pistol. I'm sorry, the anti-eco rather. But Boyer is prepared for this one. He swings, only good for one. JH looking to recover that weapon at the very least, and if possible, maybe even revive his fallen teammate. That's a bait res. Will Naos bite the bait? No, this bait rather has bite, and Naos finally pulled this off.
Spike down. Attacker spawn.
Kakarot tried to get the resurrection online, delayed by his own teammates, Nate, but that's alright. Now
3 gone.
have an equalization, but not for long, as Crazy Guy picks up a 3k for himself and denies Naos the opportunity
Standing
to
ahead.
retake. And this is such a difficult decision. Do you try to go for the rotate into a Crazy Guy popping off or into Juicy? Because either ways, it seems to spell that.
Exactly. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. Naos need to choose between the
30
lesser of
seconds left.
evils, and they need to make a decision quickly because 30 seconds left, and I don't think it's enough time for them to go anywhere really. If they start moving towards the B side, they will have to make way too much noise coming in from mid, and with them not having cleared yellow, Crazy Guy has all the advantage of surprise he needs.
10 seconds left.
Exactly that. Crazy Guy whiffs though, and suddenly Jay able to put the plant down.
Planted.
His Hunter's Fury online can't play on the post. Kakarot will be able to get on out of there, and he's effectively now Jay's bodyguard. Jay tells him, "Bro, just keep me alive. I got this."
He's also
Chances
available
for you.
soon. That makes it even harder for Bleed Esports. All Crazy Guy really needs to do was just wait a couple of seconds, but patience, not the strongest virtue. And now quite the opposite of patience is required. Bleed needs speed. They baited out the Hunter's Fury. Need to go all the way towards the other side to finish this Soa off. Juicy runs and guns across the corner. Figures out where he is. Scary.
Standing
Sticks
ahead.
the defuse. And there's nothing that Jay can do to stop this. Oh my lord. Bleed Esports give Naos a ray of hope. A glimmer. And then plunge them into the darkness regardless.
There's two ways to approach that round. Either Naos and Bleed over there, sorry, Kakarot and Jay over there decide that we're going to use the Hunter's Fury late, in which case Kakarot's position on yellow is warranted because he's looking for the fights and looking to delay. But the better approach is always Kakarot plays with Jay. Jay uses the Hunter's Fury to deny the plant, and then together they fight once the Hunter's Fury is done. Instead, Kakarot gets isolated by Juicy, who in a 1v1 almost never loses. He's able to take him down, and with that pressure from Juicy towards yellow, Jay never has an opportunity to move in. The score's equalized, and the economy broken for Naos Esports. Lead in perfect position to once again secure the lead for themselves.
Yes, but it won't be much of a lead if Naos Esports... Okay, never mind. 1 second, 4 frags, make it 5th in the 3rd second. And this round was over in the blink of an eye.
That's what I call it, DED. They didn't die, they did.
Yeah, it's a shallow grave too. Bleed don't have the time to dig 6 feet. They want to run into the next half of this tournament as quickly as they can.
Now here they've got the buy. Darian on the operator as well. Things are starting to look dicey for Naos. You can see they're starting to run out of steam, maybe even options in their playbook. And Bleed's starting to command in a large extent what we've seen them do time and time again across this tournament, especially on that defensive half. Bleed have always looked in control, with the sole exception of Made in Thailand. It's like Bleed have always looked in control in defense, asterisk mark, terms and conditions apply. Or rather, Made in Thailand applies.
Oh my god. JH marking such a forward angle. Oh, they'll worry about Made in Thailand later on. For now, Naos are just measuring every step they take,
Stealing sight.
being super careful on their approach. They're aware that Bleed Esports can take forward positions, and they've fallen victim to it several times in the past. Another victim over here could be Darion if he doesn't back off. He's about to get double or triple peak, but surely with his rendezvous, who should be able to get 1 kill and fall back. The elevation and the vision still available over that toxin screen, but now they're closing in And Darion still
down,
strikes.
B.
Hunter's fully activated as well, and this will be so damn difficult to dodge. And even if you dodge the laser beams, you cannot dodge Darion's bullets. We are finally picking up the pace, but he can't pick up the pieces as JH is here to shut them down.
That operator from Darion is what I was worried about here, Krebs, because you look at Naos' composition, they have no real way of denying the operator with the exception of that drone, and Darion gives no damn about that drone. He's like, okay, so now you know I have an operator and I'm standing here, and that changes things. How? I don't care. Happy to wait in there for their peak and shut them down. No flashes, no 0 point to suppress Darion at least. He's having a field day now on the defense with that operator against this composition.
Yeah, exactly. There's nothing to force him off the angle, and this operator can't be shut down. The boom ward and the paint shell also can't really stop this one. So at the end of the day, Naos only have their aim and their bodies to throw it away. And even then, there's really no hope of shutting that op down. So as long as Bleed have that win condition active, it's going to be super difficult to stop this hype train, which already has picked up speed. And now they're like the prisoner tied to the tracks, about to get run over by this train.
Oh, that's a dark. That's a dark imagery right there, Chris. It's like the purge, where you're gonna tie the.
Yeah,
victim.
hog tie them to the hog tie the victim to the tracks.
It certainly feels like the purge right now. We're juicy,
Not the-
hungry, and thirsty for more and more. He's like, tonight's my night, and I am going to feed.
I mean, I saw that in Tom and Jerry.
Out of my way.
Certainly, you don't seem to agree with the amount of grimness that old cartoons bring to the table.
Oops, I got exposed.
Alright, what's the plan here now for Nas? Still hanging out towards mid. They're expecting Bleed to make a push or maybe make a play that Naos can punish, but Bleed are just super disciplined in this round. Bleed have no reason to peek in the first place. They know that Naos are on the back foot, and the only thing that can really go wrong for Bleed is if they end up giving away one too many frags. So that's why they keep their calm, they hold it back. The ball's in Naos' court.
For Bleed have an inkling. An idea that now is going to end up with this B side to that drone coming out. That inkling has become justified. They know that now is already in this B long area. Just a matter of when. The moment that wall turns up is where Naos will look to move. But already you can see the issue with that wall leaving a gap down. Nest Scary taking full
Spike
advantage.
down, B.
Finds it 2K.
Last
Now
enemy
looking
remaining.
to turn it into ever so more. With that Reaver
30
trying to be the
seconds
Reaver.
left.
The Grim Reaper manifested in reality by Bleed Esports. They stop at nothing. Naos can throw whatever they want at them. A really cool shot to take down the operator, but after that, JH just refuses to back down. Even with paint shells and two people shooting him in the face, he continued to fight. He dropped off of that zipline tower, continued to pressure towards yellow, and whatever JH couldn't finish off, Crazy Guy did with absolute ease. 1 point away from not just map point but also series point. Naos finally have mustered up enough money to purchase weapons, and they need to make these weapons sing.
And I have to say, man. Actually, I'll hold on to that thought for a second because Darion is
Neutralized.
looking to get real aggressive and he will get punished by Jay instantly. Now it's actually picking up a man advantage as Moyer doubles down with his own operator. Bleed getting over eager, overconfident, pushing in, trying to hunt Naos down, but Naos holding on, able to find the advantages and make it a triple.
This is the exact thing which Bleed tried to avoid in the previous round. They were aware that Naos don't have the weapons, so they will probably just try to punish Bleed. But I mean, by that logic, Bleed shouldn't even be pushing out in rounds like these when Naos do have the firepower to take them
Enemy
down.
remaining.
But now look at Blurred. He's already reached the back lines, and with so many chinks in the armor, Naos can take this round in any way they want, and they take it in a flawless fashion. That's the way to go. This was crucial for Naos because not only did they need the round, but they also needed money. So it's important for them to keep all their players alive and snowball on that economic momentum.
Absolutely, and I think even more so than the push from Bleed, the issue was that they pushed in one by one in different angles. We saw
That too.
Darion coming through P long, Crazy Guy coming through Tube. I can only imagine how good that push would be. Imagine if three of them push through mid, with Darion pushing in through Tube, the Recon coming in to enable his push, and they work together on that aggression. But instead, now they're just going to realize they don't need to do any of this. They don't really have the resources to deny our defense, so we're going to back right on. Using that Viper Split, they're setting themselves up for Scary. That is a greedy Viper Split if I've ever seen one. Very few positions where he could be, and Blurred takes full advantage using the Boombot to spot him out and spam him down.
Yikes. Bleed needed to wait for that one. A resurrection is still possible, but their Sage is on the other side of the world, and Darion also now forced to fall back from yellow. Oh, he'll still go there. Okay. He'll retake that position. But I think it's a bit too late because Blood has already snuck past him, and now he won't be in Darion's radar unless he swings wider, which is also a risk of its own. Rendezvous not planted yet. Jay punishes him. A bit too eager for his own good.
Eliminate.
Viper taken away, exposes Naos to a plethora of angles. Crazy Guy doubling down by taking down Jay as Blurred on his lonesome tries to create the space, but the showstopper finds
30
no
seconds
value.
left.
Instead, it's Juicy using his corpse as an orb to devour, and it's Juicy
enemy
leading the
remaining.
charge on this
Whoa.
retake. Kakarot, though, he shuts him down and ensures that now Crazy Guy
Enemy remaining.
they find one,
What?
but gets chunked out by the other, and the job finished off by Moyer brings Naos ever so closer.
Oh, now win this. It was really important for them to win this round, but the way in which they win this is just super weird. Bleed Esports, sure, they had a good recovery, especially when JH was able to kill the Viper towards mid. That basically ruined all the flanking options for Naos Esports. But later on, as Naos continued to hold their ground, they did not take post-plant positions quick enough. Kakarot continued to stick on the spike itself. Now, Juicy did not expect him to be right there. Otherwise, this would have been a done deal. And even with no good post-plant positions taken, now they're able to win this round. But this is a one-off. I'm not sure if this success can be replicated again. Sorry, I'm still looking to stick over here. Finally snaps back to safety.
Oh, but NDG trying to execute the same lurk 2 rounds in a row now. Last round he got shut down by J-Head. This time Scary is expecting him,
Spike
takes him
down,
out,
B.
and with Blurred on the spike getting taken out by Juicy. It seems like match point is ready and set for Bleed. Can Naos pull off a miracle?
I don't know if they can. Jay wasn't able to do much with his Hunter's Fury, but his Phantom definitely pays off some dividends. But they still need to cover way too many areas to get into this position to plant the spike. And with no Viper available, they're gonna have to fight their way into this one. And before they have a chance to even set up the fight, Crazy Guy and JH arrive from behind. And the crunch is successful. Bleed return the favor with a flawless round of their own.
NDG cannot afford to keep trying to go for these lurks without his team even creating a heavy presence towards one particular area. Bleed is not the sort of team who's going to over-rotate early. Bleed is not the sort of team who's not going to expect that kind of push, especially when they've already spotted it out one round before. You cannot afford to get greedy now, Crips, especially when Naos is facing down the wrong end of a gun barrel. 10-12 down. Their match, the tournament lies on the line. And Crazy Guy playing with their minds. The Hunter's Fury coming online shuts down one of their entries in Blurred. And Naos already
You
at a
will not
disadvantage
kill
as
my
Bleed
ally.
refused to give them ground. But they have some hope. The resurrection brings them back to a full man strong lineup.
Yeah, but at the back of this resurrection, they've given up so much ground.
Yeah.
Juicy's already marking the bottom of A on top of pipes. They also have Darion watching towards the B green region, very deep into enemy territory. Oh, this toxin screen. It actually allows them to cross towards the other side, but Juicy has not a care in the world. He will still peek wide and get that frag. Last time, Naos attempted this mid push with only one person. This time they do it with 3. Sure, they were able to stop the pressure previously, but this is a very good take. The elevation from the barrier orb is amazing. The only person who can really stop this is Crazy Guy, who's already on the back lines, looking to shut and box Naos into this corner.
Spike
Kakarot
planted.
is trapped over there, and Darion will take him down. Juicy now looking down this barrel. NDG has only a cheeky off angle to
Last
play with on the
player
back of his
standing.
wall, which is very weirdly placed. And Crazy Guy, he leaves no stone unturned to check every corner. Bleed Esports have done it.
A 2-0 victory for Bleed Esports. This crazy guy, he is all smiles.
Did you really
Picking
expect
up
that
the
to
win
work?
right here. Bleed will secure their spot in the loser bracket finals. Match away from getting through to the finals playoffs. They'll await a date with the loser of the next matchup that we're going to have on the table between Made in Thailand Esports and South Built Esports. For now, they get to enjoy their victory and that oh so yummy looking boba.
Oh yeah, maybe it's all the food and all the refreshments that keep Bleed in the game. They were so
Maybe.
attentive, so active, and every time Naos tried one of those mid pushes, Bleed just simply shut it down. Whether it's the solo Viper in the form of NDG trying to make a move, or whether it's three people walking through the poison cloud looking to catch people off guard. And sure, the initial push from that three-man poison cloud push, it paid off dividends. It gave Naos the kills that they required, but what it did not do is secure enough space into the site so that the plant could go down safely, especially with Crazy Guy crunching them from behind. Naus really had nowhere else to go, and Bleed basically buried them alive, put them in the coffin before they even stopped breathing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for the side of Blade Esports, this is a victory that they most definitely needed, but more importantly, as a 2-0 victory. 13-10 in the scorelines picked up for themselves, and I think now Bleed can comfortably look to exact revenge from either Made in Thailand or to continue their dominance against South Build, irrespective of which opponent they get in the next matchup. Their sights set clearly on one singular goal: get to that final playoff stage.
Exactly. And Bleed, it would be quite disappointing if they, of all teams, were not able to make it. They are hailed as one of the best teams
Yeah,
in Asia, second to only maybe someone like Paper Rex. And if Bleed are not able to make it to the finals, then I don't think anyone else can have the opportunity to do so. They will let nobody stand in their way, not even the toppers of the other group.
absolutely. Commanding win 2-0 for Bleed Esports against Naos as once again they fall prey to a very similar scoreline. They lost out 13-11 in the second map against South Build yesterday, 13-10 today as they come so close but yet they're so far. But that's going to be the end of their run in the Skyesports SEA Championship. But I will give them props because they look like a brilliant team. Just a few nooks and crannies here to refine up for them, and I'm sure at the end of this offseason, Naos is going to look like a real contender in the region.
Definitely. I was quite impressed by Naos, and especially in their ability to deal with this very stubborn Bleed lineup who just continue to push the envelope regardless of how much defense Naos posts up. So if they can hold their ground against a stubborn and a damn strong team like Bleed Esports, then maybe at the end of the offseason, Naos will look much sharper and so much more enjoyable to look at. They're always very enjoyable to look at, but they will also be deadlier. Let's see what the future holds for Naos Esports. For now, the future indicates that Bleed is on their way to face the loser of the next match. That will be between MiTH and South Built Esports. Before we get to that, let's take a look at the scoreboard.
The MVP seems quite obvious. Moyer for Naos, but the overall one goes over to Juicy once again, popping off this series entirely on his comfort of Arena, just feeling at home and able to demolish Naos.
Absolutely demolished now. He was just consistently getting frags in all sorts of situations, whether he's looking to get an entry, whether he's shutting down lurkers, whether he's shutting down people who are trying to retake in those precarious positions. Juicy was comfortable in every single spot you put him in. And when the man is so comfortable, there's really no stopping him. Crazy Guy as well, just such a solid anchor and such a solid anti backstab. Although I must say that today, JH and Scary were also doing a decent job of playing the anti backstab whenever Naos Esports tried to crunch them in. But Crazy Guy was the one who was basically giving them the setup to work around with.
Yeah.
it's just super impressive when Crazy Guy is so consistent like this. Sure, he might not be the one getting all the entry frags, but whenever he pushed down the mid tube or tried to shut anyone down towards that mid region, nobody was able to stop him. He had 100% dual win rate in the mid region.
Exactly. And I think Crazy Guy consistently delivering for Bleed along with Juicy and, of course, the rest of their team as well, combining in an overall brilliant series performance, getting them this victory. Let's have a look at the brackets and see how this sets us up for the future, the last remaining few days in the phase two of this qualifier. As Bleed qualify for the loser bracket finals, our next matchup will be Made in Thailand Esports versus South Built Esports for the first spot into the final playoffs. Crips.
Well, let's see who gets the final playoffs. Very soon, we will be having that answer. Made in Thailand versus South Built Esports. It was scheduled to start at 4 previously, but because this one ended so quickly, this match will now start at 3 p.m. Indian Standard Time, which is just a little more than 15 minutes from now. So, ladies and gentlemen, go ahead, get your lunch, restock on your popcorn, maybe even get yourself some nice boba tea like Bleed Esports like to drink, and soon we'll be underway with the winners bracket game as well. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be back after a short break with the winners bracket match.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse, official VCT Off season event. My name is Lucifer, and I'm back with Crips on the desk after seeing an interesting matchup, Crips, on loser brackets. Now it's time to see the winner brackets, and it's going to be the Beast Slayers coming forth.
Yes, the Beast Slayers, the King Slayers, the Upsetters who are in the winners bracket. Bleed and Naos, both of them top their groups in the first phase of the
Mm-hmm.
tournament, but found themselves in the lower brackets. And surprisingly, it's Made in Thailand and South Belt who are in the winners bracket. Let's take a look at the actual brackets and see what their journey has been up until now.
Oh my god, this has been an interesting one, as you said. King Slayers, Beast Slayers. We can name them all the big allocates, and they do stand tall on top of it because they took down the clean sweepers of their particular groups, and out of which now Naos are out of the tournament. I mean, it is sad and disheartening to say adieu to some team so early in the tournament, but again, as we said, it's a part and parcel of the tournament. One team which is better on a particular day gets to sing and go ahead in their ship. On the other end, other team would have to be left in the shore. But right now, for the team in the winner bracket, as we jump into the schedule as well, and the teams in question, Made in Thailand Esports versus South Built Esports, both the teams looking so good after taking down the top teams from their opponent respective groups, is looking incredible to face against each other. But one thing for sure is, because they're in the winner bracket here, Crips, they have a chance to use the safety net here.
Yeah, but is that going to be much of a safety net though? If
Mm-hmm.
these guys lose in a margin convincing enough, then things will get difficult for them even in the lower bracket. And now that the lower bracket first game is already done, you can be teams are actively going to be looking at this game between South Built and Made in Thailand to prepare for their next match. Bleed Esports, they've fallen victim once, they've bled once, and they now look to lick their wounds clean and make sure that
Mm-hmm.
they can't make any mistakes again. So they definitely will be watching South Built versus Made in Thailand, and so will we. But of course, we'll be watching it to entertain ourselves. Those guys will be
Yeah.
looking to pick out all the chinks in their armor that they can exploit tomorrow.
Ooh, this is going to be an interesting one as we jump into the rosters as well and talk about them. I mean, at this point, I'm like too excited, but still unable to control my excitement and figure out what would be the outcome between these two giants when they're about to face off. Talking about the roster from South Built, we know Aziz is going to be on the toppest of his forms, toppest of his games today. But then there is Ja, who you have to fear. On that chamber, he has delivered day in and day out on every particular map, and then you wouldn't kind of leave these players who come in clutch when it is much needed. That is Papi Chulo and Pro. These guys have stood so tall here, Crips, that I kind of feel like, okay, if you even find a way to take down Aziz and Ja, you have to be worried about Papi Chulo and Pro, especially with Papi Chulo even pulling off thrifties just with sheriffs. That man is a beast on his own.
Exactly. And when you say on his own, you don't necessarily just mean on the sheriffs, right? Because this guy by himself can box an entire team in with his well placed lurks. We saw yesterday Papi Chulo was basically a god at
Hmm.
lurking and catching opponents off guard. The only person who can probably stop a man of his caliber is a Lone Fills. He also is a very cool lurker of his own, and PTC is basically the anti lurk, a super anchor which can probably stop all the individual brilliance that South Built have in their roster. And then we take a look at people like Room. The duo of these two players with silver hair can get gold for their team.
Oh, I agree with you on that. I mean, they've done justice and they've stood tall against anything that has been, I would say, irritation for them or something to kind of fumble on. They've done really, really well. Let's jump into the map, Veto, and give you an idea about where these Beast Slayers, King Slayers will be fighting on. What are the maps to start things off on? And we ban Breeze and Icebox right into the gate and we jump directly into Haven. South Built, me and CA talked about this. They did the right thing to make sure Breeze is out of the gate, even that there is no slight of it. A hint or a whiff of Breeze even coming into the map pool shouldn't be there after seeing what they did against Breeze, the 10-2 comeback. Southbuilt right ban coming in. But the first map to start is going to be Haven. So Southbuilt have also seen the first matchup that Made in Thailand had against Bleast, where they faced the defeat.
Well, with Southfield picking up Haven, I do have a good feeling about this game.
Hmm.
Especially given the roster that Southfield field, they are not only capable of grouping together and hitting any of the sides with full force, but they're also capable of individually lurking. So, in case something goes wrong, Southfield can fall back to the alternative playstyle, and having more options open in a map like Haven is very good. And the same goes for Fracture as well, right? Of
Hmm.
course, individual play is rewarded in Fracture because there's so many opportunities to lurk. But in case you just want to group up together and go for a death ball execute, it's easy for you to execute that as well. In that aspect, and for that reason alone, I believe Southfield has an edge going into this matchup. But then again, keep in mind, made in Thailand, they have the hometown buff.
Hmm.
This final stage of the AMD SEA Championship is going to take place with teams flying down to Thailand, and it would be only appropriate if the local heroes are present to defend the title.
Yeah, true. That'll be so damn good to see Made in Thailand being there and playing and fighting out. Also, when it is going to be a kind of plan that teams, top teams from regions will be facing against each other. For all the viewers, there'll be only two teams making out of the SEA championship qualifiers, and there'll be two teams will be making out of the Indian qualifiers and then going head to head to prove a point that is one of them becoming a champion here in the Skyesports SEA Championship. So it's all at stakes, and at any point of the tournament or any point of the map of a round they fumble, things can just helter skelter. And also it's a slight chink that you kind of show your weak spot, right? It might not be your setup, but it might be that minute miscommunication of where you kind of rely on your player and do not give him the information, something like that is seen, and then that can be exploited as a whole in terms of breaking everything. But Ascent being the decider here, Crips, I'm worried for both the teams. I
Yeah,
mean,
actually.
yesterday we saw, yes, after Bleed showing us what they have on defense on Ascent, but still Made in Thailand taking them down. But South built as well with a 13-2 victory yesterday on Ascent. I'm not too sure what will happen on the decider, so I feel like both these teams will be looking forward to closing it on the first two maps itself.
So, with the Southfield winning 13-2 on Ascent, I really wouldn't attribute that win to Southfield playing well. I would rather say that their opponents simply could not see what
Mhm.
Southfield was up to. It shouldn't be so easy for Papi Chulo to get flanks done instantly, and he was doing that
Mhm.
in not just Ascent but also in Haven yesterday. And if he's able to get into so many flanking positions so easily, I can't exactly say that he is the best lurker of all time. It also speaks volumes about how his opponents were not really paying attention. Made in Thailand obviously will not have such oversight, and
Mhm.
Southbuild will not have such an easy time against them. But that being said, I hope that this game doesn't go to Ascent. We've
Yeah.
seen one too many games of Ascent, and with both the teams having amazing trades, especially in a map like Ascent, that map has the potential of going into overtime, like double, triple
Mhm.
overtime, with these teams training each other out. There's not too much tactical outplay possibility in Ascent, so whatever has to happen in the first two maps, where the tactics actually do matter and adaptation matters even more.
I agree. And especially on top of it, that it is starting on Haven, where Made in Thailand have had faced the loss yesterday itself. It's for them to kind of prove a point that just because we took a loss against a team yesterday doesn't mean that we don't play well on Haven. And that's the point that they will be trying to prove and making sure that South Built made a wrong call here. But we'll jump into the team head to head to give you an idea about how these teams have fared overall in the Skyesports SEA Championship. In total number of matches played, it is one less for Southbelt because of yesterday's victory. It was a clean 2-0 for them. On the other end, Made in Thailand had a three mapper yesterday. But look at this, the percentage in terms of the wins faring also better for Southbelt. Again, this is based on the total matches they played and the victories they have on hand, because Made in Thailand have two losses. Their percentage fares a little bit lesser, but look at the most times in most map picked, right? It is Haven on both the end scripts.
Yeah. since both these teams have played Haven quite often, there's plenty of data available for us to go on. Also, if these teams have done the research on each other, then they would have figured out the most obvious hits that these teams have the tendencies to use. There are certain triggers in Haven which everyone can figure out. Like, for example, if you see a gravity well being placed towards the A lobby corridor, it doesn't necessarily indicate an A hit. But if you see a fault line being placed over there, then you can obviously assume that there's going to be some aggression, maybe not necessarily commitment. So certain utilities being placed on Haven gives away the intention of the team, but will that trigger be identified by their opponents? No matter who starts on the attacking side, the triggers will sometimes be obvious enough, but it comes down to the mid game whether you can make these adjustments or not. That's what's going to matter the most over here.
We have the most like popping off players coming in on the head to head. It is going to be Kadum as well as Ja, and it is going to be very interesting to see the face off of Ja and Kadum. I thought it could have been Aziz, but as I mentioned, on Chamber, Ja has been phenomenal. And you can see how closely he's faring to what Kadum is also doing. But one thing that I feel like Kadum stands out on is also the assist, which kind of should not be there when you're playing the duelist role. But if you're able to help out a team, assist over there, and also get your teammates a couple of frags, I feel like that's the best of both worlds here, Crips.
Definitely. Well, if both these players continue to pop off today, then we are in for a banger of a match. Before we get into the game, Lucy, do you have any predictions? Would you like to come up with any, or do you just want to ignore this completely and just pray that we get to see a cracking good match regardless of who wins?
I pray, look forward a cracking good match as you mentioned, but on the technical aspect, rather than giving a perspective of who can take this map out, Southbuilt, whenever they've played Haven here in Skyesports SEA Championship, they've won it all times. Whereas on the other end, for Made in Thailand, they've lost it twice. So it's for them to prove a point. I think that's the reason we see that the pick is there from Southbuilt. Let's jump into the agent selection and see if there is a change in that, or we are going to be seeing a standard coming in from PTC Conglomerate, the Sky, the Chamber, and yes, it seems to be Alone Phils also on the Sova Kadum on the Jet, and Beta will be playing at the Omen. On the other end, if you talk about Southbuilt as well, they'll be playing the standard roles, and there is no much change. So it'll be very interesting that both the teams have not gone to an offbeat setup, or at least like bamboozle their opponents, and they go with their standard picks.
Well, it really depends on what's your definition of standard picks. If you always expect a Sky to be on your team like Conglomerate usually does, it can be considered standard that mid go for a more information heavy playstyle. Meanwhile, on the other side, South built, the combination between Papi Chulo's Breach and Aziz Reyes has been phenomenal so far.
Yes.
And while that standard pick is as old as time, people still fall victim to this combination. They still aren't necessarily able to come up with a counter. And with Flippy also going in for the Astra, the possibility of Southbuilt Esports carpet bombing aside with utility and just taking over it with breakneck pace is something that you cannot avoid. Also, that being said, Made in Thailand also have the tendency to sometimes give up on sites and go for retakes instead. And most of the times, those retakes don't sing the songs of success. So this could be a massive red flag.
To be watched how he'll be kind of playing out. But we saw how crucial Leaf was yesterday, being the coach, calling the timeouts at the right point, either though they're in the lead or whether on the deficit, making sure that they don't lose confidence or hope, making sure he keeps them calm and composed, ready for every round, and always take it one round at a time. And now it's time for these B Slayers to face off against each other and to prove a point who's the better one given today. Made in Thailand and Southbuilt will be going against each other here to start off on Haven and then to Fracture. And if there is a chance, maybe Ascent to see the day of light and finally decide a winner. But with just 4 seconds on the clock, we're going to be hitting with the pistol round with 4 ghosts heavy from the end of Southbuilt.
Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. a fast approach towards the A site as South Build creep their way in. After making a lot of noise initially, they're just looking to creep in as deep as possible before they finally have to make contact. But there's a 3-man stack from Made in Thailand also on this A side, with Congared ready with a flash in hand, hoping that his jet can also capitalize off of it. A shot is down on lock, but the fate of A long rests in the capable hands of that Sova, who hasn't really made contact yet. In case something goes wrong, the crossfire between Kadum and Alonefils can be devastating, but Kadum has his hands full with this imminent A shot hit. The timing is gonna what it's come down to. 1 minute has already passed. Astra Stars now being placed by Southfield Esports, and before they even have a chance to peek, Kadum and Congaret make their move. The bird, it catches them off guard, and they don't check for the lone fills. Papi Chulo is good for only one before the Trailblazer gets a massive chonk out of him, leaving him limping with 10 HP. He's still potent on the third frag. Bro, if he's able to at least get the plant, then he can salvage whatever was lost in this round. Of course, he doesn't have a chance of pulling the whole
30
clutch
seconds
off,
left.
but in the plant itself, he will give his team
Chulo.
enough money to make something happen in the next round. But he's already getting flanked from a shot, and he has no idea. If Papi Chulo extends, then he will be taken down by PTC, but he missed the opportunity. He's now
player
looking to draw out
standing.
the frags, and he's burned down to a 1v1. PTC finally puts his killing spree to a halt. Oh my god, man, this guy almost pulled off an ace clutch to win the pistol round when he did not even have any business getting the first 2 frags.
Exactly. He shouldn't have gotten even a chance to get two. That positioning and the timing for him to just start popping off those heads and get four. Unfortunate for him, if he had a read or an idea or an info, I feel like he would have clutched it. As you said, an ace clutch in the pistol round would have been possible, and that would have been such a triumphant of energy that Southfield would have gotten.
Some rounds, man, some rounds. They
Yeah.
just get you to the edge of your seat and make you wonder what would have happened. With the possibilities being endless and this game being limitless, we are in for a good damn game of Valorant over here in the winners bracket of AMD SEA Championship. Weapons available for Made in Thailand, options available for South Build. Which of these options do they choose to exercise? Once again, just like the previous round, they look to encroach slowly into a lobby. But what they don't know is Alone Fills is right alongside Kadoom on this one. The moment Alone Fills peaks, Kadoom will make his presence known. And so far, he's keeping his attention towards him. Alone Fill finally strikes, but Kadoom gets taken out by that paint shell. He had no chance of dashing back. No chance of moving because he was stunned by the fault line. And Congaret gets revealed by the recon dart, gets taken down through the smoke. Southfield just doing some massive utility diff in order to
player
get the
standing.
advantage, but Made in
One
Thailand
enemy
has brought it
remaining.
back. Beta now has the advantage over
30
Pro in
seconds
terms
left.
of HP, but Pro is chipping away at his HP. Plenty of time available, so Pro doesn't need to worry about planting the spike, but he does have to worry about winning this duel. He's down to 1 HP right now. Beta gets the advantage and finally gets the round as well.
That's a costly one to say here, Cribs. Oh my god, again, to get it so close to victory. Oh, just if he had health. Previously, it was just if he had info. This time, just if he had health. He had already recovered the Spectre. He was ready for the duel. But nonetheless, a great play coming in from Southbuild to damage the economy. And you can see, Made in Thailand, they're scraping up for buys, which should have been their bonus. They handles, and they'll be trying to make something work out there. Alone Fills thankfully did not buy the previous round. That's the reason he's picking up the Vandal. Round started, PTC going very early, sees numerous players, and before he could take a shot, he had to rendezvous out.
So far, Southbuild have shown us nothing but their intention of taking A right at the start of this game. And Southbuild, given the lack of weaponry they had, they were able to do quite a lot of damage in the previous round. So Made in Thailand need to reinvest in a lot of weaponry. If Southbuild can get so much done on inferior weaponry and with the odds stacked against them, I can't even believe what would happen when they have the advantage. And this time as they go on this B hit, there's absolutely nothing to stop them. A-Link and C-Link now covered in smoke. Southbuild can easily get that plant and fall back, but the only person who can stop them is this back flanker, who Flippy is responsible for stopping. One more across the board, and Flippy is able to stop them both. With the backstab ruined, Made in Thailand have no choice but to go for the save.
Last player
PTC Conqueror,
standing.
they don't even have weapons safe, so they will try to do whatever they can. And look at the South build. One round, they get a weapon and they roll in a flawless, without giving any chance for Made in Thailand to respond at all. Kadoom and Alone Fills were the two players who had weapons. Before they could even fire anything out of their weapons, they were put down. Alone Fills, he knew he had to fight with somebody. He knew Flippy took down a player, but couldn't do anything. Vandals just going away from their hands, and Made in Thailand now, they're wondering what they should do, because this defensive hold from them is not working. They're going aggressive, which is always being read from South build. They're trading it, getting it so close, it's just getting at a point where Made in Thailand are a little bit worried. Again, Aziz, quick to take A main control. He's trying to push up, but in the meantime, Trailblazer to keep a check of sewers. And there are 3 players trying to hold sewers, making sure they make Kadoom pay a price.
3-man attack from Made in Thailand towards a shot, and only Kadoom is the tip of the spear. Southville don't know that there's so many more players here, not just Kadoom. Meanwhile, Ja has cleared up the seaside, and now this gives them so many more options. He kills PTC as well. Oh my god. It's an easy possibility for Southville to go ahead and plant the spike on the seaside, but look at this. Aziz has an insurance policy. With Alone Films catching him over here, so Made in Thailand don't know where the real assault is coming. Now that they've hurt the plant, that's when they finally know where the actual spike is going down.
Last player standing.
Unstoppable job. Poppy Chulo making sure he does a lot more as well. Just one, but look at what they've done. They've made Alone Fills use his ultimate. That is so costly, and for him now the ultimate will be so further away. He needs to find kills, ult off, and that'll be like more than difficult. Poppy Chulo, he says one is not enough. I'm looking for a lot more, but Ja comes out for a 4. This man is on a rampage right now here, Cribs. For him to get the first pick, I understand. Beta might not expect, because South Build had made noise towards A main. First kill gone. PTC therefore, after losing Beta, he knew there'll be a swing coming in from Ja, but still Ja winning that duel. There itself I had I think this is another round for South Build.
Wow. Now, the only thing that can really go wrong for Made in Thailand is if Southbuild continue to bamboozle them like this. With the multi-pronged approach in the previous round, Southbuild kept their options open and kept Made in Thailand guessing. Now that Made in Thailand have no weapons, they have to go for a stack or maybe like a gamble push, none of which they are too keen on doing just yet. The Made in Thailand have a seemingly simple default, the 2 on A, just a couple of people on either side of B links on A and C side as well. I would have appreciated it more if Made in Thailand actually went for one of those mid pushes or did something unique to draw rotations from South Build. At least then they can see how do South Build respond in case there's a mid push. This Rolling Thunder doesn't hit Alone Fills, and with the shotgun, he's capable of inflicting massive amounts of damage. He's getting everything done. 2 important frags taken by him. Conger, at the moment he recovers from the Rolling Thunder, he gets 1 down, but it's up to Papichuro again to make this round happen. Kadoom swings right through the smoke, and now he's also gone towards A long. Unfortunately, he doesn't recover a weapon, so it's still doable for South Build. Otherwise, this would have been a disaster. But now there's no trading potential between MiTH members. It's down to 1v1s. Papichulo with the aftershock keeps his opponent away from CT, and that isolates Kadoom, locks him in a 1v1, and Beta as well.
That was just pure chaos, but now with Beta left alone, yes, he has the potential of just snapping heads off, but they're not given that individual duel. Ooh, the swing was so close. I think a second quicker was Flippy over there to swing out before waiting for Papichulo, but Papichulo, if he stood up and then fought, I'm pretty sure I think Beta would have gotten that shot with the Sheriff. Papichulo being smart, crouched and then immediately took a fight. So goddamn close again. This is Made in Thailand also proving a point. It's not only you guys who can bring it closer with just weaker weaponry, we can as well do it. Alone Fills, man, with that Bucky to start things off. Timeout.
Yeah, what do Made in Thailand discuss now? Southbuild have had a lot of success on the A side. No matter how many people MiTH place on this A side, no matter whether they hold or whether they push out of sewers, whether they push out of A long, Southbuild just seem to overwhelm them with not just superior utility but also superior numbers. Most of the time it's Papichulo doing the heavy lifting, but why wouldn't he be doing the heavy lifting? He's the one with the bionic arms.
Mm-hmm.
And in case A side doesn't work, South Built have shown that they are more than capable of placing Ja in the position to crack open the other side solo.
Very interesting round coming ahead because there's going to be buys from both the ends. And I'm looking forward to how it works out, with the op also being pulled out from PTC, which he found a lot in terms of value yesterday.
You want to play? Let's play.
But look at on the other end, Ja, he's like, I'll do you one better, I'm going to bring my bigger guns. The third F-Force is what he's going to be standing on. This time, Beta not taking any risk, not letting Ja slowly creep up. Smokes B main, C main, C long, and then is just waiting to see if Ja wants to push that smoke, wants to take a gamble.
Oh. He's just jump spotting him. They're flirting with danger over here.
Yeah. And because of which, look at this, they've kind of made this rotation come in, but bro!
Oh my god.
Standing ahead.
Now Beta is stuck in a hard place and he has to run away. That's what he does. He knows this battle will be lost if he goes for an individual duel. Brilliant paranoia as his team is also pushing up before the spike goes down. But I think a little bit too early. Beta is still surviving. Doubles down right now. But his concussed Flippy puts down Congarret. And now it's all up to Beta, who brought it so close here. Picks up one, goes on a reload. This is the time for Pro to swing. Oh my god, I cannot look at these rounds again and again, going so close, Crips. About to have a heart attack very soon.
And a heart attack is rightfully the term to use over here, because this was a super fast retake attempt from Made in Thailand before a spike even gets fully planted. South Built Esports went for a slow and creeping C hit. Now, it stands to reason that MiTH wouldn't rotate immediately, because in the past South Built have bamboozled them, so MiTH were a little late to rotate. Beta made the correct decision of falling back in time to regroup with his group and retaking all at once as a 4-man unit. But they started this retake very soon, which was again great. It came down to trades, but I wouldn't really say that MiTH made the wrong decision by retaking a little early. I think it would have panned out in their favor. And it's these back and forth trading rounds where they really have any hope of taking down South Built. Because if they give South Built the lay of the land, if they give them whatever map control they desire, then South Built will just punish them very hard. Made in Thailand need to make these timing plays again. And sure, it's a little chaotic, but I think Made in Thailand can handle a little bit of chaos. They're capable of doing so. So why not?
Trap destroyed.
Looking at the setup, they kind of are reading into might be a B, and we'll play that on retake, but going for a quick hit. But look at Ja, he's worried, making sure if there is a push, he punishes, but gets 3 down!
Last player standing.
An instant destroy! Without even giving them a chance to kind of respond.
Man, I wish I could see that from Ja's perspective.
That's a mad act.
That's not even an act. That is the king telling the court jester to turn into the executioner. That's how disastrous it is. On paper, Ja peeking out of the smoke when 3 people are already looking in that angle, he should have been dead. But with a quick flick of the wrist and some really fast reaction time, Ja sprays all three of them down in one fell swoop. Man, I just wish I got to see that from his perspective. Although I'm actually kind of glad I didn't get to see it from his perspective, because that would have been too gruesome of a sight for us to handle.
Yes, exactly. And look at now, PTC wants to pull off one of his own. He's quickly aggressing. Alone Fills gets one and immediately backs off, punishes the player who wanted to kind of push out and use the aggression which was being done at mid. And South Built does lose a player and Disease is out. But that doesn't mean that South Built have lost their aggression, right? They still have the initiative. They still have Ja, who's alive. He's heard there's a trademark at Garage and he's still lurking. But this time they're not contesting him in the forefront. But this Cubby push might be seen from Kadum. It's all about the timing. He knows something like that can happen. Kadum. For a second I thought Kadum left and he might be rotating towards A-Link. But still, as soon as the Trailblazer is spotted, he gets in. Rolling Thunder in vain used at A does give them the side and the plant, but I don't think this can be their round. It's going to be too tough, especially with the ultimates available from Made in Thailand. The Seekers itself.
Yeah, the seekers are available, but the seekers won't reveal anything unique. It will tell them where the players are stationed. It doesn't really help them break any crossfire. But by that point, the crossfire doesn't exist. There's two people under heaven, which isn't really the best position for them to be at. Oh my goodness, Flippy peeks out, and this could have been the saving grace, but there's just way too many people in front of his face.
That's all they needed, just to know where they are, and in case they come into difficulty, they would be ready for those stage, and they just lost Alone Fills over there. So, Made in Thailand finally getting back into the groove, and this is what Southbuilt, I feel like, on back of their mind, wanted to make sure that Made in Thailand do not get into, because Made in Thailand are one such team that once they get the high on any individual player, they'll just kind of use that one energy and just that erase out to the other players, and they just jump onto that momentum, and then Made in Thailand just start closing maps, and that's what happened yesterday. Southbuilt know at any point Made in Thailand can make a switch. Southbuilt still having the lead, but a quick Hunter's Fury to see if there's anything done in terms of shenanigans towards A lobby. Gives them the complete idea this is not going to be an A, this is somewhere else, and mostly a C, and they're getting the brilliant read out of it.
Oh, that paranoia hits so many people. It stops them in their tracks, buys so much space for Beta to make that double kill happen. Flippy, he's looking to get this round back in the bag, but Southbuilt have already lost too much. It's now not just on to Flippy, but also Pro to get this frag. And what Pro cannot do, Flippy will more than capably fulfill. Ooh. But again, the odds were just way too much. Made in Thailand with a successful interception on the C site have proven that C definitely belongs to them. In the past as well, whatever rounds Made in Thailand had on the C site was so much more easier to retake or even defend than the A site. So clearly Southbuilt tried to favor the A site a little bit more, and they also found more success in that region. But now that the scores are more or less equalized, Southbuilt take this tactical timeout. The only reason they haven't approached B yet is because they're using B as a stage gap. You know, they're using it to either set themselves up for the next stage of their attack or straight up go for the plant and fall back. They haven't really used the B site to lurk around or maybe send a player individually down there hoping to thread the needle or find a gap. They've only either knocked on the door and planted, or they've just completely ignored that region. They haven't flirted with the idea of playing that push and pull game with Made in Thailand. They haven't really tried to draw rotations or keep players anchored over there in an attempt to bamboozle or lurk. Maybe that could be a possibility that Southbuilt explore. Or they could just double down on what they do best. Go for the full brute force attacks and overwhelm Made in Thailand.
If the previous round was not for the read, it should have been another round for Southbuilt. That Hunter's Fury gave them so much early information, and you saw immediately they were able to reposition. And I think that gave the confidence for Made in Thailand to fight out at sea. As you said, it's rightly what we'll be expecting from Southbuilt is that brute force, that raw hits coming through without the opponent being ready for it. Alone Fills, at this point, he's the only anchor at A. Recon will give him an idea that as soon as it gets broken, that it should be something that can happen to Ajay, and immediately recalls his teammates, and you can see the reinforcements already in place. On the other end, if there is a rotation that can happen, look at Vita's position at C Kabi.
Exactly. Beta's position on CKB will act like an early warning system, and with Beta having that ultimate available as well, there's no chance of him getting boxed in over there. If he wants, he can stay for a surprise pick, or if he wants, he can fall back as well. Ja, once again, knocking on the doors of the A side. Hunter's Fury committed from Southbuilt, but they won't really find anything on the back of it. And with Made in Thailand stacking 3 people on this A side, it seems so difficult to clear this one, but Kadoom blows apart Aziz. No chance of him even seeing that paint shell coming. Oh my god, Lone can stop the showstopper, and more than that, he can spray Helter Skelter and stop anyone else from coming through as well. Taps away at Pro. Papichulo's trade is only good for 1, and PTC is the cavalry that Made in Thailand required to stop this push in its tracks.
Alone fills from Made in Thailand has always been a problem for Southbuilt on that A entry. Whether you make it A main or you make it A shot, he's always putting players down, and him putting even a couple or a triple in terms of the players out from Southbuilt is enough for Made in Thailand to immediately get that round. And I think that's how they have to kind of figure a way through here for Southbuilt if they want to find any success at A. Because anytime that they've tried that, it's always Alone fills. If he's there, he's causing a lot of trouble. PTC back on the operator right now because the economy is gearing up. Kadum challenging because of the confidence that he has. Congarad as well and doubles down. Now players at B quick execution have lost hope of doing it again, but Aziz, he's still not let gone of the hope. He's looking forward to if there is any slight aggression from their end and punishing it. But look at this, Made in Thailand, they've understood, they've gotten the upper hand. Let's just leave it. Let's see what South Build will be trying to do, because anything that they try to do, they cannot just go for a plant. They have to overextend and try to get this in at least a 3v4 situation.
Exactly. And they're doing this by spreading themselves thin.
Mhm.
The trademark, oh no, it doesn't get activated on the B side, and Aziz has snuck through. Nobody is aware about this one. He can probably get the jump onto Kadoom if Kadoom tries to explore towards the B side, but it all boils down to timing. And he's found it.
Trap
Aziz
destroyed.
now has liberated
You
the
are
B side.
divided.
Trap also destroyed, and Congrad has been drawn into this region. Oh, but the Cosmic
no.
Divide only shuts down the C-Link. A is still very much exposed, and Flippy, he does not get stopped on the cross. Smokes off Congrad and tries to go in for the safe plan. This is actually doable for South Build.
It's 2-2 on either ends here from Made in Thailand, but yes, it seems doable, especially with Pro on this lurk. He's not made any noise. It's all about the timing. He needs to go a little bit faster, but yes, he knows he cannot risk it. Player being tagged, throws he's one, and now Congal is worried. Aziz in the meantime picks a player at links, and now this is making life difficult for South Build, and Pro picks another. Now it's all up to Beta. He went for the longer rotation and wanted to go for a backstab, not realizing his teammates did not have the time at all, and that's a round that South Build pull off.
Yeah, there were two lurks in
Last
the play
round in
in
the
this
half.
round. One was a lone fills on A, of course, and the next one was Beta coming in from C long. But because Beta took so much time in
Yeah.
order to get there, South Build had more than enough opportunities to just simply manifest that A link crunch. From a 3v5 to a near flawless win, all three members surviving in the end. South Build have pulled off the impossible, and they got the 6th round.
Scanning ahead.
They just wanted it to be a 3v4, and look at how things just turned in their favor.
Yeah.
Possibility here for Made in Thailand to close it at a 6-6 half, but South Build are also having a good attack. But we know their defense is even ruthless. Aziz and Papichulo come alive in that defense, so they need to get a 6-6 here for Made in Thailand. Kadum going in for Seavis, realizing that he did see Aziz earlier. But look at Kadum's position. Aziz is also reading it. It's all about the timing. But Aziz just backs up. He's like, let him take his space. Let's not give him a fight. And they're looking forward to another B hit where they just found success.
Yeah, but I'm kind of worried about this one, you know? Made in Thailand, with the players so far apart, they have no trading potential on the B side. The max that Congrad can do is just spray through the smoke and hopefully catch a lucky shot, but that will not result in anything. Papichulo gets an easy plant, and now they can fall back. But look at Ja, he's on Garage, he's ready to punish Beta, and now Made in Thailand cannot afford to lose C-Link.
You want
They
to
can't even
play?
afford
Let's
to
play.
retake from this position. All the players on the A link now have to get inside and create some space for PTC to move inside. But Kadoom, he barges in, barreling through with his Blade Storm, and he's picked up the weapon as well to continue moving ahead. 3 people of South Build still alive, but there's no hope of stopping this diffuse. Ja and Pro just pick up the fight. Kadoom tries to pick up the pieces, and South Build just win every single duel they have.
What a master play coming in. The reason that Made in Thailand lost their nerves was there was a lurk that Flippy was doing, and when the Seekers were out from Congarad, one of them started going towards A-Link and A side, and they're like, okay wait, there's also a crunch in coming in, and Flippy just needed to do that. And then you saw Ja gaining all the attention on himself when he was shooting bullets out of his tour de force. You saw immediately PTC trying to take down Ja first, where Pro got the advantage, sprayed him down, gunned him down, and then it was all left to Kadoom. Oh, what a masterful play, a masterful trap, and a brilliant setup coming in from Southbit, especially in their post plants, is just insane to see at this point here, Crips. I'm loving the plays that Southbuilt are doing. Even though this is closer, I feel like Southbuilt have always had the upper hand.
Exactly, right? And the only times when MiTH was actually able to win the round is when they threw in bodies and went
Yes.
trade for trade, blow for blow, and when they resorted to violence. That was MiTH's only condition of winning. And you were right, with the Seekers misleading Made in Thailand and giving them misinformation towards A-Link, while at the same time, Ja successfully took a kill on Garage and made things difficult on
Uh-huh.
C-Link as well. There was basically no avenue left for Made in Thailand to retake. They were just hoping that they get into the B site and win the duels on bottom mid before they had to worry about A-Link and C-Link once again. And in that time pressure and the pressure that mid placed upon their own heads, they lost the duels. They lost they lost the round, and South Built have taken a small lead. It's not too big, but given the way they were toying around with MiTH's head,
Uh-huh.
South Built have so much real estate in MiTH's head. They are living there rent free.
Yeah. Virtually, this could have been also kind of okay. I'll hypothetically, not virtually, it could have also been a 9-3. Those first two pistol rounds, it went so close. Even though there was a buy on Made in Thailand in the anti-eco, still it went to a 1v1 situation, and it went all down to one person having lesser health and the other person not having info. Right
So,
now,
basically, what we've established is that in the first half, Made in Thailand were only winning the rounds where they relied on each other for trading and where they resorted to violence. Tactically, South Build was able to outmaneuver them much more smoothly. And that's exactly why South Build are playing to these win conditions. They're trying to crunch them from not only behind but also from Garage. Made in Thailand can only trade, but PTC, he's able to get that first frag without being anything in response. This could be the win condition. Made in Thailand continue to hold their groove. Beta, he's not stunned, not blind. Kadoom is also available to help him out over here. And Made in Thailand just playing to their strengths, trading blow for blow and
Last
keeping the
player
man
standing.
advantage.
that trademark was just brilliant coming in Made in Thailand. PTC, nobody expected it to be there. They expected it to be towards the boxes at the C lobby. And they thought, okay, we'll be found out over there. All of a sudden, as they swing out from garage and to garden and then towards C lobby, they see that towards the attacker spawn stairs, and that caught them off guard. Before they could destroy it, it slowed them down, and immediately garage push also came in, where Ja was caught off guard. Things just went disarray. But again, this is the pistol round. We still have to see South Build functioning when they get the buys in. But Made in Thailand, these are the rounds that they need to keep capitalizing on and bring their momentum in the fourth.
Blinded.
A very aggressive push. Oh, the drone will definitely spot out Ja. He's spotted. Will they let him escape? The shock darts, Trailblazer, fault line, everything thrown at him except the kitchen sink, and they finally get the better of him.
Fairly easy round here from Made in Thailand. I mean, South Build will try to drop a couple of weapons, especially them being on defense. Like we saw them on attack where they could kind of brute force and fight and try to exchange blows and get a couple of weapons off. Here, because it's defense, their positions are just spread thin. And this is what they do, kind of individually try to do a lot with the players. This time, they have a triple backstab, quickly running towards PTC. They might have a chance to drop him. Yes, they do, but immediate trades coming in. Bro is not looking to stop with this classic. And Kadoom is like, not anymore. Come on, stop with these annoying pistols that you keep trying to blow us out of the waters.
Score is tied, weapons purchased by South Built Esports, and now the two giants lock horns. Made in Thailand, superior on the numbers, always superior in the trading department. Meanwhile, South Built Esports, they try to outmaneuver and outflank their opponents. We established the win conditions for both these teams in the first half itself, and so far in the first two rounds of the second half, those conditions still ring true. Will any of this change? We will find out after this buy round. A bonus for Made in Thailand. They look to inflict as much economic damage as possible. Early aggression from South Build does not pay off dividends, so they fall back towards their hidey holes. They fall back to the sides and wait for MiTH to make a move.
It's a different setup here. Crips coming in from Made in South Build, where we have generally seen it's always Papichulo helping out Aziz to get the forefront aggression under control at A main or A lobby, but this time it was Pro, and I think that's the reason they couldn't do a lot. Even though the recon was sent out, they couldn't kind of stun the opponents to slow them down, or they did not have any flashes. And now, because of which, they have the read that maybe Papichulo is not playing here. Let's maybe try to fight it out. Aziz, it's all about the timing.
Satchel out.
Recon broken. Oh no, he sees Kadum, but he was using his blast spark. Now still trying to fight, but that Trailblazer buying him time. Kadum doubles down, trying to clear the side. Papichulo is already at shot. He's still looking to clear a lot of players. He drops the spike carry. Now Kadum, he's looking to push to the A-link, but too many duels for him to work around with. And Flippy puts him down. This is what he said. Southbuilt, they have things ready, and individually players just come alive when they have to stand tall to try and control a site aggression.
Oh, definitely. Papi Chulo coming alive, making sure all myth players die as they try to flood the site. More than that, you have to appreciate the game sense and the read available on the South Build members. Sure, Pro was the one who was helping Aziz to take that map control at the start, but later on, when Aziz fell back to safety as well,
Exactly.
Pro used the shock darts to get the kill onto Congored, who was busy using his Trailblazer, and he had no idea what hit him. So that's a free frag available to South Build.
Made in Thailand, with them having kind of bonus because they had good weapons when they got the anti-eco round. They had 3 weapons still. So this is going to be their full by full invested round, a very crucial one for Made in Thailand, because not only will this equalize the score, this will also break the bank a little bit towards South Build's end, which can help them. This time Aziz, he gets the opportunity to push up A main and he does take it, but the Trailblazer does push him back. Quick Hunter's Fury coming in, but again it is to check A lobby, and this time it should again give them a read that it's nothing towards A lobby. Should be a quick C hit, but rotation is not that fast from South Build. They're letting them take space, and now with Flippy's position known, they have to defend it. But look at Ja. They have the confidence. Ja will protect Flippy, and that's what he's doing. He's just dropping players from logs, and he's not stopping. Finally, they deal with him, but Flippy is still there, and along with Aziz coming out. Another round here for South Build. The confidence they have, Crips, on their players and their setups.
It's just ridiculous now, isn't it? I was worried about the setup because there was no alarm bot anywhere. I'm sorry, the trademark anywhere. But Ja was playing with rendezvous setup in a way where he can teleport from B deep site to C logs in case something happened. And the moment he heard a lot of footsteps towards garage, he instantly teleported towards logs and made things easier for his team. What is even more important is that Made in Thailand made a crucial mistake. The Paranoia hit 2 of their own members. 2 people team flashed, because of which they could not figure out where Ja was, and Ja was able to get 2 crucial frags onto those players who were blind, and Made in Thailand shoot themselves in the foot, end up giving South Build way too much of an advantage.
Made in Thailand, look at this Leaf trying to now figure out what they can do best, right? Because this is not the Made in Thailand that we have seen or known. And he is also trying to kind of compose them, because it is happening this way because the way South Built are kind of setting their players up. You saw Flippy's position was known, so their intention was to first deal with Flippy. Unfortunately, Ja's position was not revealed, and Ja capitalized over there, and Flippy did not have to be worried about. Ja got taken down, then Flippy came up. He did do the job that Ja was doing, trying to protect him. So this way, I think Made in Thailand are rattled whether they should go for a fight, whether they should check every corner, which corners are the players of South Built playing from. So let's see if this timeout was enough for them to figure that out.
And even if they would have known Ja's position because of the... Oh my god, never mind. Kadoom with a disgusting frag as he's instantly taken off.
He's looking for a lot more, and they will try to ride that blade wave right now if Kadoom still keeps finding a lot more heads rolling.
But hold on, look at Flippy's position. He's already towards the bottom of grass. I don't think this is the position that Made in Thailand will check. And even if they do check, Flippy will be able to hear all these footsteps and give preemptive information to South Build, and that should enable them to take control of any area later on. But Flippy, he gets caught at the worst possible moment, goes into his astral form just when Myth are about to peek him, and just like that, the one advantage that South Build had in this round is gone. Ja, he's now looking take control of a lobby. He knew that
Spike
Alone Fields
planted.
was present over there because he used the drone previously. And while they've taken care of the lurkers, they've lost the sight. And with this man disadvantage and HP disadvantage, there's not much this Outbuild can do to retake this site. It's most likely going to be a save from their side unless they manage to get an opening frag, which also doesn't seem possible because Made in Thailand just simply don't want to fight. They're not posting any angles where they will be making contact first, and PTC with a disgusting shot. Now this should discourage them. Or not. Southwell still keen on touching the side, but they fall back. They realize this round is too far gone, and they'll have a much better odds in the next round. Oh, brilliant stuff
One small
from both the
mistake.
teams, actually.
Yeah.
Yeah, just one. I can't even call that a mistake now, can I?
Yeah. I mean,
Flippy, he had no idea because they were all walking so silently. He placed like one Astral Star towards the A site simply because Alone Fields used the drone over there. And that one drone kind of convinced Southbuild Esports that maybe the possibility of an A attack is still there. So Flippy's like, you know what? Why not? I don't hear any footsteps coming towards me. Maybe they're still making the transition from A lobby towards the C side. I have time to place down one star. And just in that exact second, Southbuild Esports, they lose Flippy. Made in Thailand peak him. It's just blind luck and very unfortunate timing.
yeah. And that's what Made in Thailand will be more than happy about now that they're making sure that they find a way to equalize the score. And this reason, Southbuild immediately
I've got
adapt
your
because they're
trail.
not going for aggressive positions. They're just holding, waiting, and looking for information on where the rush is happening. Now that they have the idea, this is going to be a C hit. Look at the players immediately repositioning, but the Seekers are just annoying at this point. It's just running towards the players and trying to push them into a corner. So majority of the players right now are towards the defender spawn at C-Link. Trailblazer and Kadum right behind it. Papichulo and Kadum face of each other. Papichulo sees it first. There's a flash ready, but he doesn't swing. In the meantime, players are already pushed up from defender spawn, but they're losing one after another. They're unable to control the duel there. Now Papichulo still unable to establish anything towards Garage. It's just making life difficult. But all of a sudden he does. But Kadum brings it back to a 2v2. There is still hope here, but the timer, it's running out. They need to stick the defuse, but they don't know the positions. Does Kadum come out from Garage? And finally, when defender spawn was checked, they had and Mill to take him down. But timer,
Player remaining.
look at how low both the players are. And now with the smoke disappearing, Alone Fields, he finds a way to capitalize and clutch this round.
Yeah, but Alone Fields shouldn't have been alone in the first place.
Yes.
The crossfires that Made in Thailand were holding were decent enough on the C side. They weren't giving up any unnecessary frags. They weren't peeking out all by themselves. They were supposed to trade well enough, but that one tour de force, that was the only deterrent and the only hope of Southbuild Esports in this round. So while all the people of Southbuild were falling like flies, Ja continued to pop off, and that was so much value extracted out of that one tour de force. Unfortunately, it's not enough to overpower Made in Thailand and the superior numbers.
There should be a round where Made in Thailand will be able to capitalize the lead. But we need to wait and watch.
Oh.
Aggressive positionings, but Alone Fields still finds a way. They've lost their controller. This is happening a couple of times back and forth. I think the round where they lost Flippy, from there on, it has happened that they're kind of losing momentum. It's a broken eco as well here for Southbuild. So anything being found from that hero vandal that is bought from Ja is just humongous for them. But Ja is so up close. Trailblazer is going to check him. Oh, see, so he had to rendezvous. If it wouldn't have seen him, he could have at least picked a kill. Would have kind of somehow maybe even opened up a scenario where A could have been opened up for a backstab. But
Yeah. But will... Yeah, it is indeed a faster. The Paranoia hits him square in the face. Ja is able to get away with off. Frag, and the showstopper also makes things so much harder
30
as he
seconds
blows them
left.
to smithereens, and just still alive, dropping the spike in the middle of the site. PTC with the tour de force now has to pull off what Ja did in the previous round, but the Shattles are just pushing him back, throwing him off his footing. He's checking the wrong angle, and Aziz might have the right timing. It's up to Beta to protect him, and he just simply cannot. Time has run down too far, and with that, the hopes of Made in Thailand as well. They're trying to just toy around with his food, and he doesn't have the chance to plant. They don't even need to fight him right now, and Pro puts him out of his misery. Southbuild Esports pull off a round where they had no hopes of winning, barely any weaponry to their name. All they had is the Hero Vandal in the hands of Ja and a dream. The moment Jai is able to get that first pick, he just falls deeper in towards a shot.
Mm-hmm.
And when he realizes that there's no members of Made in Thailand coming from shot, he used that position as an anchor stage. Him
Yeah.
and his teammate Pro stayed alive there for much longer than they should have been able to. They overstayed their welcome, which allowed time to let Aziz move in. It gave Aziz enough opportunity. And the moment they realized that Made in Thailand has still stuck towards long, Aziz, even though he did not have vision, he just sent that rocket in.
Oh, what a gravity well. Waste so much time off the Aldron and they have no info about it. And he also gets stunned.
Now, but
Thankfully,
imagine,
Paige will
yeah,
take him.
imagine if those utilities came together at the same time.
Yeah.
The gravity well pulling them in at the same time, the nade just doing massive amounts of damage. Made in Thailand have just dodged a bullet right there.
Yes. They might have lost the infills.
Not
But
ready
right
yet.
now, Trailblazer going to check and they do see a player
Scanning
who's still
ahead.
holding the long angle. But this time they set up a switch. They've left Papichulo and Pro hold off A, and Aziz is ready to go on a swing based on the contact of wherever the momentum is based from Made in Thailand. And they're hearing the noise coming from the garage. Ja missing his initial shot. This time it's all up to Flippy, but he fails. Now it's all about the retake timing. Ja, again, quick repositioning to the log with the rendezvous was not enough for him to double down.
30
Good for
seconds
only
left.
one. 3v4 situation still doable, but they need to make sure that Alone Fills goes out. He has the Hunter's Fury if he's allowed to go for the post plant. But look at Vita's position on Radiant box out garage. Aziz already spotted and Vita had to go away. But Congarret still tucked up close.
Oh, the flashes can be potent. Alone Phil still has his eyes open.
Oh!
The red line up for him. A triple in the works. A possibility denied. Aziz now has to pull off the impossible. The man who made it look like there was a glimmer of hope has to give up. And this is MiTH equalizing the score lines. The brute force attack towards C works like a charm, and Southworld can do nothing but watch the side crumble before their eyes.
The slight switch at A was good, which protected both A and B. But C, again, Flippy going a little bit aggressive. Previously, he was playing back of side toward the elevators. But this time, he thought he'll just play at the opening of the garage. Unfortunately, Ja missed his initial shot and Flippy couldn't do anything. I mean, it was not unfortunate because he didn't land it, because it was the cloud burst. So he had to just spam through it. And there was just too many forces towards his end. So Made in Thailand, again, just equalize the score. But this is another round. They need to find a way to capture the lead, Crips. They've not found that lead still. They've just been equalizing the score, going back and forth. And Southwell have always been on top of the game.
Slowly and steadily, Made in Thailand try to take control of Garage, but at this point, they just want to bait out the utility of Southworld Esports. Drone already used. Jaw looking to make contact towards C-Long. He's still sticking around. This brave man has no fear of death. He doesn't even have a rendezvous in case something goes wrong, but he spotted the spike, so he wants to capitalize on this position. But Beta is ready for him. Wide swing doesn't work. He's losing players towards the other side as well. And Made in Thailand, but just looking.
Stay down.
Wait for Southworld to make some esports, to make some mistakes from Southworld Esports, and the mistakes do happen. Made in Thailand get 3 free flags, each towards different parts of the map, and now they have the lay of the land. They can do whatever they want.
Spike
He's on a
planting.
Vandal. Thought he could do a lot more sneaky beaky, but just gets punished. Now Papi Chulo is left alone. I mean, wouldn't count this man out, but unfortunately he doesn't have any utilities to play with. His fall line will recover in another 10 seconds, but that's not going to be enough. If he had a flash or an aftershock to kind of flush players out, those snappy headshots could have been seen. But he also knew, like, this is a tough round to pull back now with the 1v4 not having anything in his backpack. Made in Thailand finally take a lead after the initial pistol that they had gotten.
Yeah. It seems like for the longest time, Made in Thailand were just relying on their trades, and they were just hoping that their brute force would be able to overwhelm Southbuild. But now, as the round progresses, it seems like Southbuild is the one feeling pressure. They feel compelled to make all these moves, and they end up losing the advantage. Sure, this wasn't a round that they were supposed to win because South Build never had the weaponry to do so, but the trades happened so seamlessly for Made in Thailand. Like, they did not even have to worry about it. All the players of South Built Esports who died had no trading potential over there at all.
Yes.
Meanwhile, Made in Thailand had plenty.
Just like
South-
we saw Crips on the trading of the first half, it's now turned the other way around.
Yeah. And we already established that Made in Thailand are better at trading. So for South Built to still go for these individual hero plays and hope that they work, it's like praying to a wall.
I hope that they figure out very soon, because now South Built are so close to winning or losing this map both. Because Made in Thailand just need 2 more rounds. On the other hand, South Built, they need 3 rounds. And looking at how this is swinging back and forth, there might be the chances of OT coming in, but Made in Thailand, with the lead that they have, they wouldn't want to go there, especially with 4 ultimates that they have in this round itself. So maybe another fast hit man come to right behind Kadum with the Seekers going out from Kongarid. But let's wait and watch. From the Shadows is also there. Beta has done a lot of sneaky from the Shadows and taken control of A side to a tower, and then kind of bamboozled the opponents to try and eliminate him. In the meantime, site has been already captured. Slow approach.
Slow wins, yeah. I was about to say the same thing. A rather slow approach from Made in Thailand this time. They know that South Built have the weaponry, so they don't want to take any risks. Especially when South Built are so keen on making these individual hero plays. You never know where an Opper might be holding an off angle, or where South Built Esports must have sent either someone like Aziz or Congared all the way ahead. Okay, Aziz gets spotted out. And when Aziz is here, one can assume that the breach is also nearby. The fault line confirms their beliefs. They don't want to fall victim to this combination again. So after showing presence towards the A side, they use the Seekers and barge in towards Garage. Smokes placed. This should be a clear enough indication to Southbuild. But are they prepared for this inevitable C hit? They use the Hunter's Fury towards Garage. They should be able to get so many players in this narrow corridor. And Flippy is an absolute monster. Devours Made in Thailand whole. Has no hope of a rebuttal. And Southbuild respond with a flawless round.
11-11. Southbuild, this is what we love. Like, they know as individuals they can function, and if that one individual gets one of value, right, immediately everybody else knows, okay, things will just right now be nerve-wrecked on the other end of Made in Thailand. Then they'll kind of figure out, okay, wait, there's a player here, let's try to fight him, and then they get worried about the other direction where the shots are coming in from. So I think Southbuild always want this kind of play that they want to execute, but I'm still missing the play from Papichulo and Aziz, who always take A lobby control, because their defense on that A setup is just insane. Gravity Well was there, but you saw Aziz was not given the chance to throw his pain shell. So nothing in terms of value or even chip damage being done.
Made in Thailand. Used up initial utility, didn't find any value off of it. Papichulo holding right alongside Pro. Oh, this could have been disastrous if he used that aftershock to kill the Sova who was zoning. It would have worked wonders. But the Hunter's Fury doesn't do much. Papichulo does way too much damage. And Pro can't capitalize, unfortunately, on this myth once again with superior numbers. Overwhelming Southbuild, even though they had a decent stack on this side.
The trading game coming better again, Made in Thailand. Ja looking forward to something. Flash doesn't give any info that there's a person already. Cosmic Divide being
One enemy
a
remaining.
2v4 situation. Before Ja could find anything, he gets spotted, and now they're spamming defender spawn, which is rightly where Flippy is trying to tread from. He gets put down, and that's Made in Thailand, who also get first to match point here in the first map of their BO3 against Southbuild. It's getting so interesting. Both of them proving why they've taken down their kings in their own groups and now fighting out with each other to get the first spot to qualify to the next stage.
This is the time to go big or go home. Made in Thailand, one round away from taking the win on Haven. Southbuild one round away from pushing this game into overtime. Win conditions established for both these teams, as now Made in Thailand have only one objective. attack with all the wrath in the world and the force of a holy god. They take control of Seaside. No rebuttal from South Built yet.
They've lost Flippy again, and every time they've lost Flippy,
Spike
never got it.
planted.
Rolling Thunder immediately as he's trying to push a quick retake here. He needs to pick a lot of frags. He takes two. Alone Phil's immediately engaged. Kadum is still alive, but they put him down, and now it becomes of a 3v2 situation. They know the positioning, but PTC catches them off guard from Garage. It comes to a 2v2 right now, but Ja is there with his 2d4s. It's all up to PTC. Angle being held. Ja misses his shot. They're going for a double swing and finally take him down. And we head over to overtime. South Built, don't let Made in Thailand get the first map at any cost because Haven is theirs.
South Built Esports, especially Aziz, using their enemy's Nebula as staging ground. He's already placed the satchel before the Rolling Thunder goes through, and the moment that earthquake shakes up your screen, Aziz comes in to shake up your dreams as well. 2 quick kills for him, a fast trade by Papichulo, killing anyone who's on the site, and then it's up to the Tour de Force to stop anyone else from to stop the defuse. Side
Closer and
switched once
closer.
again. South Built Esports.
For how things played out, Crips, and now we are at overtime. But
Yeah.
Leaf is making sure Made in Thailand always keep hitting the stride. If they kind of derail, he's the one who brings them on track, and he's like, this is how you need to function. This is how you need to gel as a machine and an engine, and you need to get your victory.
Made in Thailand, I mean, we know that the trading works and we've spoken about it several times, but especially on the attacking side, when South Built are present, South Built also have decent enough trades. I mean, sure, maybe not as good as Made in Thailand, but their brute force attacks always seem to do so much for them. Especially with that Breach and Astra combination, it becomes so difficult for Made in Thailand to guard any side, even though they are stacked up over there. And we've seen instances of these in retake situations as well. When South Built prioritize utility first, they are always able to overwhelm Maiden Thailand. So can Maiden Thailand continue holding their defaults, or will they have to make some different moves? The setup is great. We have the chamber playing towards B. Meanwhile, the trademark has been placed towards the C side, which they have left on the back of only that. They are fully expecting South Built to commit towards the A side, and that's exactly why Made in Thailand have also focused on B and A rather than going anywhere on C. A two-pronged approach by South Built. They go full in towards the B side, and Aziz jumps into Gongalet's face. Beta does trade him out, but it's too late. The B side has been lost, seemingly so. MiTH believe that, but South Built have not made any presence towards the B side. Instead, they go on A, where Alone Phil lies in wait, and he anticipated the fallback from South Built. Whatever surprise that South Built were hoping to throw, whatever curveball they were hoping to use, has now been read by Made in Thailand like an open book.
I don't know whether that smoke from Flippy was like calculated, which left the C-link open, whereas on the A-link it was covered. I think that was like a fast star placement, which kind of was a little bit off. Otherwise, Aziz should have been safe after getting the first one. And now look at Beta. He has so
30
much space to
seconds
play
left.
around. Again, a recon towards B to check, but there's nothing. They've left it clear. In the meantime, there's a trademark. So they have to just pass around the logs and get the plant in. PTs is having that read. And he spots both the players through the wall. Bang, he gets one. Pro trades it out though. But it's
10
all the way at
seconds
Garage
left.
Winter.
Spike planted.
2v3 situation. PTs is already in. Takes down Papichulo. It's all up to Pro and survive here. Pulls it to 1v2. Both Kadum and Alone Phils will try to play together. But first the recon goes out. His position is now being tagged. And he couldn't do much. Yes, takes one. But the double swing is going to be making sure that Made in Thailand get the round, and the trading potential still alive in every round here.
Was that important?
And that gives Made in Thailand again another round.
I actually like the fact that Pro decided to go for the fight rather than just fall back towards C long. He knew that in that narrow corridor, if he tries to give too many angles to Made in Thailand, they will overwhelm him. So his intention over there was to hopefully get a frag and fall back, isolate the 1v1s. But like I said, it's not easy to isolate those 1v1s, especially when you're up against a team like Made in Thailand.
Match point here for Made in Thailand again to close this first map at least. South build, what will be they doing? They set up this time again. Just pro at A, but the C hit seems to be very fast. They're predicting the edges to be in, and they seize and spot Ja on the dash. Kongaret takes him down now. The Flippy going down as well. C-side completely opened up. Look at how quick Made in Thailand are able to grasp this. They're understanding that there should be Aziz and somebody lurking up to take this flag. The flash comes out. Aziz only good for one as the trade goes out. There's another flash from Papakilo for him to swing. But look at the trades again coming through. But Crow brings it to 1v2 again. Make it a 1v1. Beta, it's all up for him to clutch this. He reads that he should be coming towards log, and he does close it out. Made in Thailand. Close haven in their name.
What a game, man. Made in Thailand made us sweat right from the start. They were just going trade for trade, blow for blow. And violence is not the answer, but it is definitely the solution in this game. Made in Thailand win 14-12. It came down to pro in so many clutch situations, and it was always Made in Thailand making sure that he doesn't get the momentum he requires. In fact, in this last round, Made in Thailand used their own enemy's Nebula as a staging ground. Once again, they made Kongaret use the flash on the other side, took control, and took two easy frags where South Build have basically no hope of defending the seaside against that. And even with the superior utility, South Build can't get the man advantage. Made in Thailand win the fights, they win the map, and now we are heading into the next game.
For a team, when we started off here in Haven, to see that they're losing all the duels, individually a team is coming on top, and then to adapt and get a read of how these players like to play individually is just kudos to Made in Thailand to bring forth this, right? Like to adapt on that playstyle, to adapt on that capability, that individually that they were able to be confident and to not break their confidence, but just break the potential of them to kind of swing on each other, right? That is the reason that we see Made in Thailand get this, and also that quick C hit. Looking forward to where they will be, reading that what kind of positions they like to play. We have seen multiple times that Ja loves to kind of be a little bit aggressive at C. Either it's garage or B or maybe C long itself, and then immediately TP towards log, and they wanted to flush him, and Ja was so crucial. One thing from Ja I did miss today is his headhunter shots, because I think that was somewhere missing for the side of South Built Esports. Otherwise everything was a full circle for them, but Made in Thailand again readapting, as I said, Leaf calling the timeouts when it is needed, irrespective whether they are on the back foot, whether they're losing rounds, whether they're losing duels. For them to keep that composure and for him to get them back on the track is just brilliant. Leaf is standing so tall for his team at any time. I feel like certain times it's Leaf coming in clutch for the team.
Yeah, I mean, one says that a leaf alone can't do much, but with several leaves together, a strong tree, which is difficult to uproot, stands in the way of South Built Esports and their next win. This is a very good chance for Made in Thailand, actually, because now they have taken over their opponent's map pick and they're heading into their own map where they seem to be so much more comfortable.
Now with Fracture on board, I'm worried for South Built, especially after seeing the trade potential, right? Like various directed attacks coming through. You know, this time whenever it was being pushed, they were not at all alone to be on Kadum to just fight it out. He's the one who needs to go get that initial contact, get that fight. They didn't do that. They made sure that Kadum at least relays his information rather than relying on him to find those initial kills or at least to make space. And Kadum was doing rightly that. He was relaying information, telling them this is the position, that is the position you should expect, and that's what they were doing. They're swinging and taking those position fights. Let's jump into the overall scorecard as well of this map and try to break it down of what went right. Look at Ja, he functioned so well. Even though I said I did miss his headhunter shots, he functioned so brilliantly to get kills. But Kadum, this is what I said. One small ignition from their player that just spreads a wildfire within the team, and that's where Made in Thailand get the first victory.
Exactly. And if you take a look at Ja, while you saying that his headhunter was missing, I would say that he more than made up for it with his Tour de Force frags. Every time that Tour de Force came online, Ja was so impactful, but not necessarily always able to win the round because while he was getting the kills, his teammates were not. And that Tour de Force found the kills, but not the impact. Papi Chulo, on the other hand, the combination of him and Aziz today was on a whole new level. But unfortunately, the clear fault in this lineup is that even after Papi Chulo sends in the utility to set up Aziz for success, Aziz has way too many targets on his screen because MiTH always stacking the correct site, having superior numbers. And if they realize that they're not going to be able to stack the site in time, they just fall back, regroup, and then hit them with superior numbers. Main and
Yes.
Thailand had their priorities sorted, had their win conditions sorted, and with this, they are on their way to win the second map as well, unless South Built throw in a curveball. Let's take a look at the schedule and see what was supposed to be an amazing match now starting to look like it will slide towards Made in Thailand.
I'm looking forward to maybe Made in Thailand closing it. But I think what is going to be happening is we will be taking a slight longer break before we see the next map coming through, which is going to be at 4:20 IST. So don't go anywhere. But I think there can be chances of also a reverse sweep here, Crips, because we just saw what Made in Thailand also did yesterday against Bleed. It was a reverse sweep where Bleed did take the first map, which was again Made in Thailand's, but thereon immediately Made in Thailand took the map which Bleed had selected, and then an immediate reverse sweep happened. So let's see if it happens, but see you after a little bit longer break. Don't go anywhere because this match I feel like is about to get interesting. Might even see the third map as well. Take a short break. See you on the other side. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Skyesports SEA Championship presented by AMD, powered by Ampverse, the official VCT off-season event. And off to a blistering second match, we've seen Southbuild versus Made in Thailand going head-to-head, lock horns, and trying to prove who is better. And on the first map, it is Made in Thailand who got Haven victory. And we did talk about it initially, Crips, that it's for them to prove that Haven is not their lost map here in the Skyesports SEA Championship.
Exactly. Up until now, Southbuild have had a phenomenal run on Haven, and this was their map pick. On paper, one wouldn't have expected Made in Thailand to win, but they
Mhm.
stick to the basics. Their trading was phenomenal. When they group up together and hit Southbuild with superior numbers, Southbuild just simply cannot stand their ground and they get overwhelmed. And that was Made in Thailand's win condition. They realized it in the first half itself. They stuck to it all the way through to the end, and it paid off dividends after all. With
Now,
them winning their opponent's map pick, the second map just seems like it will be a breeze for Made in Thailand unless Southbuild have a curveball for us.
yeah, and also a map such as Fracture, which we saw in the starting days of the qualifiers, right? We didn't see it later down the line. Later, eventually, it again became the same story of Haven, Ascents coming in, couple of times
Yeah.
Breeze. Let's jump into the map veto quickly. Also, give you a just first match as we saw. It was a 14-12 square score line favoring Made in Thailand, and now it is time for Fracture. It's going to be interesting. I want to see MiTH now that they've picked this map. Is there going to be a chance that Southbelt sweep it under from their noses? Because it has happened, and it is generally the storyline of every tournament, right? The map which is chosen from other team, you win it out, and the map that you chose is going to be picked from the other team. So it swings back and forth this way as well in a best of three, or even in a best of five when we go to the grand finals.
Grand final seems like it's so far away because Fracture
Mhm.
itself is going to be a long and drawn out battle, I believe. Made in Thailand, they can make quick work of South Built Esports if they are comfortable and if they can carry forward the momentum from the previous map. Then Made in Thailand will knock South Built down into the lower bracket where they will once again be at the mercy of the lower bracket gods. Can Made in Thailand make it happen though? In the
Mhm.
past, Made in Thailand, while they haven't really struggled on Fracture, South Built also aren't any pushovers.
Yeah. One thing also here to add on is Fracture has been played from South Built in the tournament, whereas Made in Thailand haven't. But both of them fare really, really well in their overall charts. To see they have 60% win rate on this map. So again, another strong map for both the teams, but maybe an advantage here for Made in Thailand, whereas they've seen the playstyle that has come out from South Built Esports. But for Made in Thailand, there can be also an issue that they are the ones who are going to be coming up with their own strategy, playstyle, and also the agent selection, which on the one hand can be kind of an offbeat or maybe a surprise for South Built. But if South Built are already ready with their playstyle and I would say their setup, I think it might be Made in Thailand feeling the pressure.
Um, a b- that could be a possibility, you know. Just because you won the first map doesn't mean that the pressure is lifted off of your shoulders.
Exactly.
Most of the times, you fall under more pressure because you really want to close out the game in the second map itself. And I mean, when you can feel the victory within touching distance, that's when
Hmm.
most teams usually start to choke. I just hope
Yes.
that doesn't happen to Made in Thailand. Of course, they are no strangers to pressure. They have fought their way back from graver situations. Let's see if they can hold their ground. Let's hop into the agent selection and figure out which lineups these guys will be going for. All right. Southport Esports have gone back to the Neon. Aziz, it's been a while since we saw him on this speedy agent, but Papi Chulo on the KO doesn't surprise me. Pro on the Breach does. I've always seen Pro on SOA or some
Hmm.
information gathering agents. I haven't really seen him on the setup agents. It's mostly Papi Chulo playing the Breach. So let's see the coordination between Aziz and Pro. How does that fare? Because Papi Chulo and Aziz always have good coordination. I'm not sure if Pro has the same synergy with Aziz. Flippy on the Brimstone doesn't really surprise me. Same with Ja on the Chamber. We've seen that before.
One thing that I really like from Made in Thailand is they've established a double duelist setup where in the entire tourney, as I said in the starting, we saw fractures come out where we used to see one end of the team having Neon, on the other end we just saw Raze on the single duelist. So it was always seeming that whichever team picked Raze and then went on defense on the second half always lost, because that potential of making use of the blast pack running right towards the faces of the players is just cut down. And now bringing in a double duelist setup here with Raze and Neon both to prove a point, I'm interested, especially lifting Alone Fills out of the initiator role and putting him on a duelist alongside Kadoom. This is going to be very interesting of how this pans out to be here, Cribs, because on the other end, a very well established lineup coming in from South Belt. They have the two initiators coming in, KO as well as a Breach, and as you mentioned, yes, Pro has switched up on those information plays to a setup based plays for aggression. Let's see how it works out with just 25 seconds on the clock.
You know what? I'm actually more surprised to see that Made in Thailand have absolutely no info based characters at all. Sure, it kind of feeds into the narrative that they are a team that wants to hit people with brute force, and information doesn't really matter to them when they plan to kill anyone and everyone that stands in their way, regardless of how many are there. But let's see how it pays off. Early 0 point from South Build towards the bottom of B doesn't really reveal anybody. I just hope that it doesn't give them a false sense of information, because the Boomod has been sent towards A, and with no information being gathered towards the B site, South Build might assume that this could be an A hit, but at the same time, South Build have pushed out of Arcade. They pushed out of Dish, which kind of makes sure that this is a B hit regardless. Wayne and Thailand have lost one player, but at least they got the spike down. Papi Chulo is making it expensive for them. Flippy, he comes through with a frag of his own, and all of a sudden, Made in Thailand are trapped. There's no way Congaret can stop the defuse from happening. Hell, there's no way that he even survives this one. A flawless round from South Built Esports.
You all did.
They let them get the site, but then later on trap them without giving them any further space to move in. They didn't even let them climb tower. They were trying for it, they were just getting taken down. They got the plant, but immediately get taken down before they could relay information to the last two surviving players that they're already on site, guys. We need some kind of help. Congaran and PTC were stuck under and eventually were also wiped out. So a brilliant play coming in from South Built in terms of how they set up and gave space and then immediately crunched the players of Made in Thailand. So South Built looking forward to making sure they get this map, because they know they are the ones on the back of the driver's seat. They might be the ones who might actually be kicked down to the loser brackets, and they don't want it happening here.
Once again, a slow and steady approach from Made in Thailand going towards B.
Launching smoke.
Nothing has changed. Absolutely nothing. Last time as well, they left Aziz towards the A side, who threw in boombots and tried to make noise. Meanwhile, Made in Thailand once again tried to go towards the B side. But the clear difference over here is that instead of knocking on the doors directly from there, they're going to go underground and try to come in from Arcade. It doesn't change much for South Built Esports. They can still keep their defenses the same way, and they still should be able to hold on. But Made in Thailand are getting a lot of ultimate orbs. They captured 2 of them in this round itself. So maybe they just want to farm up all the ultimate orbs in the map. Get that Rolling Thunder online as soon as possible. Nice shot from Kadoom though.
He at least opens up some kind of area that they can kind of work with, or at least kind of make the side of South Build feel that okay, there's something happening. They are coming in
30
with some
seconds
kind
left.
of a hit. Oh, Flippy gets spotted out right behind the radiant boxes, going and jumping right onto him, gets him as well, and now the numbers are a little bit falling weird. And look at this, PTC times it perfectly. As Ja wanted to find something, the arcade push comes in, and now all of a sudden numbers have been lost from South Build. They knew some kind of sneaky strategy was coming in, but they could not expect or kind of retaliate against it. And now with the last 2 players surviving from South Build, even though they have the weapons, they have no sight and vision of what they can kind of try and fight with.
Thrifty.
Oh my goodness, Aziz was trying to make room for himself to move into the site where Pro was using the fault lines. The plan over there was to use cover of the fast lane and use the fault line from Pro to just barge into the site and get a couple of kills over there, but they could not even get past the generators. Now that's what Made in Thailand are all about. They steal their momentum, and what seemed to be a round where South Build should have been able to win easily, Made in Thailand, they go on a whole bloody world tour. They capture the orb towards B main, capture the orb towards Arcade, and then crunch the B side from both these areas. They took their sweet time to do it as well.
1-1, and now South Belt have nothing to work with, whereas Made in Thailand have the weapons and economy. Playing slow, Ja wants to find some headhunter shots, but this is what was missing in the first map as well. Can he find something here of value? Aziz is the only one who's right now waiting out at A main and hears a lot of rumbling of the steel floors and he's just given them space. But in the meantime, Sans has been pushed. They've spotted drop. Pro tried to kind of save Aziz but had to give up his life for that save.
Yeah, I don't think that was necessary. If Pro would have just stayed alive towards Satellite, this would have been so much easier for Southbuilt Esports if they ever tried to go for a retake. But there is absolutely no hope of a retake. Made in Thailand just slay them where they see them. Southbuilt tried to make moves through the smokes. That went for Pro, went for everybody else who was trying to peek out a CT. They thought they would be able to catch Made in Thailand off guard if they pushed enough bodies through those smokes, but then none of that came true. Made in Thailand just shot everybody down. It's like shooting fish in a barrel.
I mean, that was bound to be a round that should have been won from Made in Thailand because of how they played the anti-eco and they had the weapons. And now look at their economy. They're just flourishing. They're still sitting on the weapons that was given away from the players of Southbuilt. Bulldogs in the mix, there's a Spectre, there's Vandals as well, whereas on the other end, Southbuilt, they have come up with a full buy. So very crucial round here, Crips, for them to win. Otherwise, it's just going away from their hands one after another. And look at how well Made in Thailand are switching up their playstyle, right? The strategy, the way they want to hit. They're not just like hitting A main, B main, arcade. They're just switching it up, figuring out like, is there any aggression that is being met with us? And then waiting for a hit.
Yeah, and Southbuilt, because they know that Made in Thailand are waiting for their aggression, Southbuilt cannot make any aggressive moves of their own. Otherwise, if Southbuilt starts getting aggressive, they will find out so much more information which they previously did not have access to. But because they are aware that MiTH are waiting for them to make moves, Southbuilt have no choice but to stay passive and just hope that they're prepared for the hit when it inevitably arrives. No preemptive information being given to Southbuilt Esports. Made in Thailand are cutting off all their avenues of gathering that information and just hoping that Southbuilt Esports have gambled on the correct side. The 0 point also reveals nobody. Made in Thailand are just experts at dodging utility, but when they send in utility of their own, Southbuilt cannot withstand the pressure. They take 2 kills from tower, but Ja now forced to peek straight into Olympus crosshairs, and the plant goes down with nothing to deny.
Spike planted.
Overextension from PTC, that's what Aziz was worried about. The Rolling Thunder does make it a little difficult, but Conger Red gets taken off, and now it's poor Alonefields left all by himself. His position allows him to catch Aziz as he makes the cross, but there's no way he can stop them both. Doesn't even get past the first fight.
It is good opportunity, especially that Alonefields was the last person surviving. He already had a 3k. Could have been an ace to close the round, but nonetheless, Aziz and Pro played really well. Pro to come on the backstab, making sure that his team will get the upper hand, catching them off guard, not making any noise. And you see now there are some clinks in the armor of Made in Thailand just because they rotate so much, right? From main to arcade, dish, then arcade, then again to be main. There's no proper utilization of that trademark at one spot because they're all around the map in all those entry points. And I think because of which you can see there are some chinks that maybe Southbuilt can get an advantage of. But this time they're looking for either A or a B hit, looking forward to the aggression trademark placed at arcade. So a good call this time that they're not running all the way around just to farm those orbs.
Well, even if they were farming orbs, it's not like Southbuilt wanted to stop them from doing so. Again, Southbuilt, they only take aggressive positioning towards a main, and after that, they haven't really done anything else. Contact made, Flippy and PTC trade frags, but that's about it, and that was an isolated fight towards the B side. Once again, Made in Thailand fall back after making contact towards B. Southbuilt play the guessing game again.
There is 2d4s on either end, but one has been already popped off. PTC looking forward to finding value out of it as he's the only person who's at A. Now his position is towards this. On the other end, it looks like Made in Thailand are just like keeping quiet without making any noise, and then they maybe want to go for a fast hit with the smokes all put down and Alonefields jumping right in their faces.
30 seconds left.
Flash, smokes down, running into side. They need to clear out the person on site. But Aziz also comes in to help. But Arunfils, look at it. He's circling around them. Now it's all about Papi Chulo trying to find something, but he gets concussed with the fall line. So even though he threw a flash drive, nothing for him to find in terms of value. Gets the spike down. Another flash goes through. It was good enough, but not to get anything. But Ja comes in the meantime with a 2v4. So comes down to a 2v2 situation. Even though there was an expectation as he was clearing Canteen. Look at the ultimate. It's going to be burning him alive. Ja tried to walk through it, but it was just crispy for him to get that kill.
South Build's only hope of defending the P site relies on them having tower control. Because Made in Thailand, while they're still able to get into the site and get that plant down, they never really fully take tower control. And South Build almost have a player alive over there all the time. So that's good for South Build Esports, but it's not enough. As long as they retain tower control, they don't have to worry about crunching the site while retaking. But the players who are on tower at least need to stay long enough. They need to stay alive long enough for the rest of the people to come in from CT or from Gen.
This time the setup is let's go aggressive, especially towards A. A smoke placed and then immediately taken A lobby control. Orb also being taken, and now there are 4 big ultimates that South Build can play with. But Made in Thailand, strategically they're giving noise and like letting go of it. But they're walking into a big trap. If the overdrive gets bopped, it might just make life difficult. Ja is ready with his helmet. Doesn't find anything. It's all for Aziz now. He's also trying to swing. Not having better weaponry is just giving the advantage completely here for Made in Thailand, and they've gotten the A side. Aftershock to make sure that nobody goes in for a quick retake while the spike is going down.
Spike
There is
planted.
the Rolling Thunder available, but I don't think that South Build are going to use it this round. They might as well have a better chance of winning the round if they use it in a round where they have weapons. So South Build just look to do economy damage. Made in Thailand need to hold their ground. Information on 2 players available for South Build Esports now, but there's not much that they can do about it. PTC though continues to have a farm day. Exit frags? Do you think South Build can get them? I feel like they might have had chance with Sheriffs, but with the Classic, I don't think it's possible.
Okay, now they
Unless
might.
maybe someone from Made in Thailand overextends, even that doesn't happen. PTC with quad.
Wow.
Easy pat statting.
Made in
Oh,
Thailand.
sorry, stat padding. My bad.
Made in Thailand completely in control, like what they want to do, and especially having this double duelist, right? They have that complete confidence that they know they can hit anywhere in terms of the direction. Even if they lose Kadum, there's like Alone Fills. If they lose Alone Fills, there's Kadum. And that, I think, South Build, it's like hanging right on top of their mind that they have a double duelist. A lot in terms of aggression. They can keep throwing. They can sell one duelist with all the forces, and then they can immediately hit another side. So I think South Build are just trying to figure something as that initial entry is happening to find those initial frags. But Made in Thailand, I think that one thing that they've found is that always find a trade, irrespective that you lose a first blood or maybe you lose an advantage. Try to get the numbers equalized or in an upper hand.
Made in Thailand. I'm very surprised that South Build are giving them as much map control as they require.
True.
I mean, South Build are not even playing aggressively. Sure, they've got the ultimates. Sure, they've got the ability to lock down sites, but with no aggressive or proactive information, South Build are very prone to Made in Thailand bamboozles. South Build will never be able to stack any bomb site like they were able to do in Haven if they continue to play this passively. But the moment I say that, I think we have an aggressive take on our hands. Kadoom and Aziz both pushing out. It's the battle of the Neons. Aziz goes absolutely berserk. He's getting so much done over here. And with Pro's backup, it seems like South Build Esports are an unstoppable wall, and MiTH were an unstoppable force. But unfortunately, this time MiTH crumble under the pressure.
That one's dead.
PTC encouraging a little hope. A little glimmer is now available, which can easily be plunged into darkness if Flippy hits his shots. But they're giving him the space. They don't want to face PTC all by himself. Spike dropped on the opposite end of the side. PTC cannot recover it.
Look at the players from South Build, they know they don't want to kind of give away the round. There can be a situation they can lose numbers, and that's the reason just to retake
Teleport's
tower
ready.
control, there's a two-man push there. And now they're having every angle being watched. A little bit in terms of nerve-wracking for Ja because he's alone guarding the spike. But coming back to how this round entirely played out, right? It was
30
just
seconds
brilliant.
left.
You in the start also mentioned Pro is the one who always seeks for information. He is the one who kind of tells his team, okay, here's the setup, here's the play, this is where this agent is, the duelist is here, with playing Sova. And finally making use of this breach. You saw how annoying he became, especially with the flashes, and Aziz just capitalizing, standing over there, just waiting for the flashes to back make sure that nothing is seen from the players of Made in Thailand. And I think now South Build have understood that they need to kind of do this, pull this off, especially with the double initiator. They need to have some proactive approach.
Yes.
You want to play? Let's
And
play.
it doesn't need to be proactive in the sense of
Here's
gathering
the first.
information. As long as you take
Yes.
that aggressive peek, just like Aziz did in this particular round, it's gonna be enough. 0 point hit them square in the face and got plenty of information. But even after giving away all the information, they want to commit a few more pieces of utility before they finally go back. And look at this. This is brilliant. They made South Build use up the orbital strike for absolutely nothing. And that's one ultimate baited out.
But look at this Ja, he's standing with the op. They're walking right into it. With the headhunter he failed, but with the op, very few chances. I hope they don't go for a off peak. The flash comes and they push him back. He's on site right now, they have to still clear him. Oh, before he scoped, Kadoom had already pushed up. The Rolling Thunder does come. It only damages Kadoom because he was on side. Everybody else will still be able to make their way to side, get the spike down, and now South Build on a deficit to play this retake. And no space at all. Aziz, he's coming in for a backstab towards Tish. PTC was not ready. He got there, and before he could react, Aziz already takes him down, and this comes back to a 4v4 situation. Doable here back for South Build.
South Build look to take control of drop as well as crunching
One
them
enemy
from
remaining.
sand. MiTH from the side, they are so precise. Beta as well from A-Long, making sure that nobody gets through. This crossfire is deadly and Flippy has a lot of angles to check. He only knows about the positions of Beta. Now sound being given away by the Neon deliberately distracts him, and Conqueror is the one who pulls the trigger in the end.
You can see how Made in Thailand are playing around the players of South Build, like rattling them, like trying to make them use their utilities, trying to force them in duels, right? Where they're not ready for. If wanted, you could have seen him just standing over there. Kadum wouldn't even had to kind of peek. But he wanted his team to get an advantage, started making those sounds with those electrifying boots.
Yeah, and that's what, distracted Flippy.
Yeah.
More importantly, South Build's ultimates just did not pay off any dividends. They used the orbital strike for nothing. Rolling Thunder, while it did create some pressure, Made in Thailand just dodged it. Got into the side without any trouble whatsoever. Once again, Made in Thailand creeping towards B long. Unfortunately, this time, South Build Esports have already pushed out of Dish, so they know that this B side attack is coming in. A trademark has been placed towards A main, so they know for a fact that area also won't be breached. And to some extent, South Build's proactive attacks finally pay off dividends. They realize exactly what's happening, but they're still making the rotation towards A. They're giving up on the B side where exactly Made in Thailand are heading, so this will be an easy side take for them. But at least Made in Thailand, they get into the side. South Build haven't lost any members, so a 5v5 retake does give them more odds of successfully taking this side over
Spike
again.
planted.
4v4, and now the retake is beginning.
One enemy
There's no
remaining.
retake. At this point, there's just weapons they're trying to drop.
Yep.
Oh, finally. I feel like if you keep giving Ja chances to take headhunter shots, the entire South Build team might just start feeling alive. So they're just moving back from it. But Alonfil still wants that kill. He's the one who initially went for the peak, but then immediately got denied. And now they're rolling around.
Hey.
PTC had the read, and it's a team ace where everybody gets one for themselves and keep pushing the lead in their favor. A 3-round differential, 6-3 is the scoreline. And we have just 3 more rounds here in the first half, and it still doesn't seem like we see any kind of South Builds action coming through. The timeout, yes, immediately played out really well. The setup from Pro and Aziz, after that, it's still been a stop for them to do anything.
It is a little unsettling how Southwell Esports, after having pushed out of arcade, even after knowing that the B hit is imminent, decided to stack the A side instead. Maybe that was a wrong call, but hey, in a 5v5 retake, odds are always better when you're sticking together. So Southwell now trying to take a page out of MiTH's book. This time Southbuilt, they've all clumped up towards arcade. They're ready for MiTH to come in this region. Jazz posted up with the operator, and in case something else goes wrong for him, there's also the KO Papi Chulo and Flippy present in the region.
Top. Jaffe is better. But MiTH are not even thinking about rotating. They still want to hit here. It's still a crossfire and a deadly setup at arcade, which I feel like it'll be tough to kind of counter. And I think something in their guts give them that idea that, okay, I think we shouldn't. Let's just take our guts as the answer and just move across. It's all about the timing for a peak here. PTC and Pro both of them see each other but unable to pull off a kill.
Yeah, but now there's no trading potential between Southbuilt players. Pro blinded as a bat. There's a showstopper heading towards him, and it goes into
30
smithereens.
seconds left.
Aziz slides into Alone Fills' crosshair, hoping to catch the momentum while they were not looking towards smoke, but Alone Fills is wiser than that.
Flippy clears the smoke at ropes are cleared, but I don't think he'll be finding anything. The aggressive positioning from Alone Fills, and it's very tough to kill. Walks right into it. The other players have the clue now, and they do take him down, but again, huge investments coming in. They're losing weapons at this point, and they don't have the numbers for this retake. There's an orbital strike, there's a rolling thunder, which makes this retake even more tougher, which kind of confirms the 7th round as well for Made in Thailand. Jar trying to push his limits, but the timer, it's just ticking. They've still not been able to kind of find a defuse. The op will be saved. Jar will be able to find one and also saves his weapon. Oh no, he's overextending.
That's fine. That's completely okay. Southbuilt Esports, this is a disaster for them economically. Not only do they get that time penalty, that that's a save penalty, but they also lose the weapon after the round is over, which means now they don't have the guns and also no money. Luckily, they had a little bit saved, so Ja is able to pick up that op again because it was saved in the previous round. And with the little money they have, they can afford half armor and sheriffs to complement the firepower of that op.
But Crips, if that Vandal was saved, he could have given one of his teammates a hero Vandal to play with.
Yeah,
and he had
exactly.
to deforce. And maybe the op also went out somewhere else. Now, it's only the op which was saved, which if this round also doesn't work out for them, maybe another save on that operator is what we'll end up seeing.
Made in Thailand aware about this hero op existing. That's why they're taking it so slowly. Checking every angle.
Fly! I'm shortcut!
Oh, here we go. Pace suddenly picked up. Going all in. And he doesn't see Flippy. But he still gets the frag regardless. Neon Diff right there as Kadoom clears up the A side all by himself. Recovers the op as well. And now there's no room for worrying. Made in Thailand should be able to win this round without any difficulty unless Kadoom gets out-tamed. And even then it won't be a problem because there's Alone Fields and more people in the region to stop them. Beta with the orbital strike. Just adding insult to injury.
Last round before the switch.
It got hurt. An orbital strike coming out twice in one half. Tells you how well Made in Thailand are functioning, and also to kind of point out the fact that Beta is not like picking insane kills, but he's just been on that assist and getting those orbs formed continuously at all times in whichever direction that they're hitting. So Made in Thailand have that strategy on back of their mind that let's keep getting the orbital strike online as much as possible, giving the orb for Beta. And then they know they're getting the plant at every round, so let's just keep that orbital strike as a post-plant thing. But right now, there's just one round to close the half. And look at this, Leaf, irrespective that the team is on a huge lead, is like, Guys, we are on a lead. Don't let it get to your head. We need to win it and close it here and become one of the first teams to represent ourselves, our homeland, and as well as all our fans by qualifying to the stage 2, getting the first spot here in the Skyesports SEA Championship for the stage 2.
That's true. Made in Thailand have the tools to make it work as well. The Rolling Thunder should be able to get them entry into the site, but what I'm worried about is after they get on the site and plant the spike, will they be able to stay there? South Build have so many ultimates to ruin this. Tour de Force already active. It's going to be posted towards B main. They have the null command and the orbital strike as well. So the retake is going to be easy for South Build, unless Made in Thailand make sure that the trades go so well in their favor that South Build have no hopes of that retake. So many people just waiting over here. They knew for a fact that the Tour de Force will be available towards B main, and that's why they're using all the flashes to just push it back. That's the only real ultimate they need to be careful about. Once they get control of underground, it's going to be the perfect setup position for the Breach to use as Rolling Thunder, and then the rest of the team will follow.
And that might hit on the two players as well if it's timed perfectly. It can hit Papichulo as well as PTC. And they safely tucked him over there for that Rolling Thunder. Papichulo might be able to survive that.
Well, as soon as that Rolling Thunder gets popped, so does the null command, and that means no follow-up utility is possible. This gives space for Giant Papichulo to start moving inside. Papichulo finally goes down, but it's up to PTC and Congaret to now pull off a massive task. I don't think Congaret is ready for this one. He's got plenty of utility, but now that the null command has run out, he only knows the position of one of those players. And it doesn't even require anything. South Built Esports pull off a flawless round in the last round of the half.
It is not going to be a curse, at least. Something to kind of be okay with. Like, if there is a comeback, it's not from a curse. But right now, with Made in Thailand having a very aggressive setup with a double duelist, they proved a point, got a 8-4 scoreline for themselves. But it is for them to right now hold on to their horses and make sure that the defense also works for them. Because with the double duelist setup again, you don't have a lot in terms of utilities to work with. One advantage that they can take is cornering the players when they're trying to enter, because all the openings are very small when you see in terms of the entry points. If you think about drop, again, there is just one narrow way. If you drop from there, a whole new perspective opens up. Talking about arcade as well, it's a crunch. B main as well a crunch, A main as well a crunch. So if you're able to hold them at those positions, you having duelists will give you an upper hand. But if you let them get to site, it becomes a whole different ball game that you have to figure a counter to. And also, even though Made in Thailand have a lead here, Crips, it doesn't feel like somebody who has just kept on getting kills. It's that Made in Thailand functioned really well as a team, and it has worked out for them to get this 8-4 half.
With so many duelists in your lineup, especially duelists that are movement-based characters like Rage and Neon, rotations obviously are going to be easier for Made in Thailand. So in case any information is gathered by these people, and most of this information will be gathered only by contact, right? There's no information gathering agents as such on the side of Made in Thailand. Except for the trademark, they don't really have anything to mark the angle, so they will have to make contact, and that's why these duelists have a lot of responsibility on these shoulders. They need to play aggressively, and at the same time, they need to be deep enough into enemy territory to act as early warning systems. But again, training potential isn't really there when they go for something like this. Katoom marking A long. He's got backup available for 2 more people, but that's towards sand, so he alone won't be able to do much, as he's at a clear line of sight to get into the site. There's not much that South Built can do except for just stay in the site and hope that they're able to win out the trades. But Made in Thailand let them do it. They are going in for a full 5v5 retake, and Aronfil already makes it a little easier.
Look at them being so aware. They know there should be a lurker somewhere. Clear him out as well, and now their numbers are in the favor of Made in Thailand to exchange, throw down bodies, and that's what they're doing. Finding these trades, concussing them, playing with utilities that they all had saved, giving them a free entry, and without losing much. It is going to be Made in Thailand finding the pistol as well and getting closer to double digits.
It seemed like it was so well orchestrated. I was afraid that Made in Thailand might try to peek out of the smokes while Southbury Esports were just jumping into the site from drop, but they went for something better instead. They displayed patience, went for a full 5-man retake. And even without showing his face, the way Alonefields was able to get a kill onto Papichulo with just that nade, it's so brilliant. The flashes on Papichulo could have made things so much more difficult for the side of Made in Thailand. Especially because he hadn't used his 0 point and the fragment as well. He could have bought time. That was a crucial kill. Now that Made in Thailand have the superior numbers and the weaponry, let's see what they can do with it. PTC marking the angle solo. Aziz walking right towards him. I don't think he's going to check this one.
Ooh.
But with the trademark being placed over there, he might have a chance of winning. And he still does.
It was so close. Aziz couldn't pop the head, and that's the reason PTC survived and he's backed off.
Yeah, easily gets a kill. Snaps back to
Trap
safety.
destroyed.
Smoke's being placed towards the east side. Now it's Southville just looking to enter. But they stop.
I think it's the map that's the...
Yeah, it's the mini-map that's glitched, right? Even I
Yeah.
was wondering what the hell is happening. I think it's back to normal now. But I can't say the same for Southville Esports as they're falling like flies.
Enemy
Just
remaining.
destroys them. PTC and Alonefields, having recovered weapons, can easily go to the defuse. Pro has no chance of denying this defuse. He's already used his aftershock, so he can't even stop them with the utility. And that is it.
I mean, a little bit of a heavy blow here for Made in Thailand. Even though they got the round, they lost a couple of weapons that they bought into in the anti-eco. So that's something that they would have to play around, whereas Southbuild will be coming up with a full buy. So a tough gamble. After getting double digits, they would have to give away a round, but the way Made in Thailand have been playing is really, really good. Pro, you can see, irrespective that he's changed up to his agent, his aim is still on point to pop 2 players out. He could have gotten the diffuser as well if it was like a 1v1 situation. He could have tried to spam the Radiant box as well. Unfortunate for him though. 10-4 is the scoreline with Spy right now. They'll be looking forward to getting the round quickly, and that's what they're doing. Alonefields falls there, time to hit and go for a quick A. Sands has been blocked as of now, but Aziz, it doesn't matter. He's just holding it. But Kadoom
Walks
thought
into the
nobody
trap.
will be there.
Oh my lord, what on earth? PTC and Beta just flip the switch. They turn on the kill switch, and all of a sudden, whatever script Southbuild had written is now torn to shreds.
Spike
The orbital
planted.
strike just to delay the inevitable retake that MiTH is now already on. The fault line catches Flippy and he can't move. Aftershock and Molotov to boil out the left-hand side corner. Now they're aware about where Pro is as well. The fault line doesn't do much to deter them, but it's
One
the
enemy remaining.
combination of them. One playing on swing, one playing on contact. Southbuild Esports make it work.
This is a victory for Made in Thailand, I would say. Even though it was Southbuild, for them to use 2 big ultimates here.
Yeah.
It's 2. And that too, it was just the 3rd round. And along with that, weapons all dropped. Just only one player standing, that was Pro, to get it for their team. More than happy here, Southbuild.
Definitely. Southbuild are happy because they are able to win the round, but Made in Thailand are happy because even on a bonus like that, they were able to get so much done. And more than that, they baited out 2 massive ultimates, which just makes MiTH's job so much easier going into the following round.
Ja again looking forward to any aggression, marking it at B main. In the meantime, it's just a hold off coming in from Made in Thailand players. They do not want to push up.
Oh, like they said, slow and steady wins the race. Let's just hope nobody gets caught napping at the, in the race, unlike the hare did. Gotta be the turtle. And look at this double turtle approach coming in from Southbuild as well. They're trying for this 2-pronged approach towards the P side. Crunching it from both
Teleport's
arcade
ready.
and main. But they haven't used any utility yet, so they may be looking to make a contact play. And the moment I say there's no utility, they deploy almost all of it. Stun the whole site, turn it into lava. Aziz and Ja pop the hell off. Beta just using the fast lane to give himself cover. Kadoom also coming through with a frag of his own.
Smoke's down.
Made in Thailand have secured this site with full force.
30 seconds left.
Southbuild Esports once again look to regress towards tower after initially failing the fights over there. But Kadoom's position is wonderful. The only person who can stop him is probably Flippy, and he does take care of him, but not before losing Beta. Now playing Jiggle around these boxes. The headshot angle works for Kadoom like a charm, and he's doing everything by himself. Kadoom spells doom for Southbuilt Esports and channels forward all his energy in an electrifying quad kill.
My head's hurting, Crips. There was just one position that Kadoom was holding around the Radiant boxes and the ramp. And they knew. All the 3 players knew his position. And he still took the duel and won it all.
Like I said, man, electrifying as always. Kadoom is the pointy end of Made in Thailand's spear.
Smokes down.
And this spear will now pierce. But the moment I say that, Kadoom is shut down by Ja. The hero out of the round, and Made in Thailand once again have to regress, but the showstopper somehow gets activated. Alone Phil doesn't get stopped, and he blows Pro to smithereens.
One enemy
No!
remaining.
It was going so well for Made in Thailand, and all of a sudden Southbuilt Esports just take all these frags, put PTC in a near impossible 1v2, which he's already getting started on.
Well, that was embarrassing.
That was a quick round coming in to get it in. Southbuilt, they're like, we don't have weaponry. We'll just risk it all. A couple of weapons players have bought. We'll just try to push up and see what works. And it worked. Their exchanges. What Made in Thailand used to do is throw their bodies and find trades. That's what Southbuilt did here. They just threw themselves and found openings, found advantages, found trades, found weapons. And got around. And look at it. Leaf immediately understanding that Southbuilt are trying to find a way through, trying to separate you guys. Let's bring it back. We are almost about to close the map. 2 more rounds.
But given the way Southbuilt started that round, I thought for a second they might lose it, especially after Alone Phil's popped the hell off over there. The first frag with the gun, then with the showstopper. And he would have been on his way to start flanking them from A main as well, had Southbuilt not recovered to its site. But still, Southbuilt keeping hope alive for themselves in a round like this. It was super chaotic, and Southbuilt somehow came out on top. And not just that, they have farmed up 2 crucial ultimates. The Tour de Force and the Orbital Strike. I wouldn't call Aziz's ultimate a crucial one yet. He's probably going to save it for a situation when there's no money in the bank for them. And that is the case, right? Because Southbuilt not only need to win a lot of rounds to win this game, but they also need to win it with a convincing margin. Only 2 of their players are north of 3,000 credits. Everyone else is nearly broke. So Southbuilt not only need to win the rounds, but they also need to keep most of their players alive in order to start building up economy. They need to have that snowball effect going for them.
But look at the way Made in Thailand are like keeping a composure on their economy. They're like, let's not just like go blindly into it, because we are not too far from closing the map, but also Southbuilt are not too far from closing up the score line. So let's not just give them the advantage. Even if we lose, let's keep an window open where we should be able to go for a full buy in the next round. 4 big ultimates, yes, they can use it here as well. If they find the opening, if they find the initial frags, for sure those ultimates are going to come alive. 2 de force for now is already popped, and they're looking forward to going for an aggressive push. And look at that, PDC finds one. They knew, and you could see in the camp they were laughing. It's like, I will get the kill. I'm pretty sure PTC called that. He found it and he's backed off.
Good job by PDC, but the job is only half done.
And they're walking to the trap.
Exactly. Yeah.
Watch out! I'm out of here!
Aziz can stun up at least Alone Phil's, but he gets stunned in return. Oh my lord! Made in Thailand, such amazing backup from Pro. And Beta also pops off. Holy shit, this is a disaster. Made in Thailand had no business winning this round, but not only do they win the fights, they recover the guns, and now they've got superior weaponry. So close to getting map point.
They heard the sand push and they're like, okay, you just take space. It doesn't matter at this point. It's a 5v2. We'll just fight you out. They're worried about the players on site, but they are not worried about one who's about to come and swing at ropes, and another player who's already watching from A-Link.
Yeah. They're trapped in here.
Prepare for
Boxed.
hellfire.
And this box might very well turn into a coffin soon enough. The orbital
30
strike
seconds left.
does nothing to
One
elevate
enemy
pressure.
remaining.
Kaboom and
Thrifty.
counter it. They destroy them. Oh my god. South
What
Built
a
Esports pull off a
trap.
thrifty, and then MiTH pull off a thrifty of their own.
That trap, that was so well established. The call, the read over there, right? Like PTC said, I'll find one, and I'm pretty sure they're going to run towards you, because if I'm here, they'll think that, okay, there should be a couple of players who would help me as soon as I rendezvous. And they walked rightly into the trap, and now you see there's no economy. You said it. There was only one player who was north of 3000,
You want
but
to
now
play? Let's
those
play.
players are the only ones who have bought up weapons. Everybody else trying to play on sheriffs and ultimates that they have.
Yeah.
Trying to survive this map.
I don't think there's much that they can do to survive. They will have to thrive if they want to have some success, or maybe even dream of pushing this into overtime. Every weapon that you can muster now purchased. Every hope that you have is being activated. What?
But still,
He
what?
still gets a kill posthumously. He gets a frag from beyond the grave, and this is not gonna sit right with South Built.
He drags a player to hell if he is going to one. And now you see there's like, wait, what should we do? How are they getting kills even after they're dead?
Yeah, and South Built were relying on Papi Chulo. That ultimate null command was supposed to be the stopping force, because without that null command, MiTH can respond with the rolling thunder and the orbital strike.
They smoked off. Oh, barrel. Kadum sees this, gets one easy. Aziz trying to find players, scope them out, but nothing is of value. Kadum has already found two. Aziz trying to go for a trade. Neon versus Neon, an anime battle. Aziz wins it, but his team fails to get the spike even in. And that's all written here for South Built, as Made in Thailand confirm their spot, lock it in for the Skyesports SEA Championship, and they'll be heading right to the stage 2.
Made in Thailand have such a beautiful journey in this tournament, from not topping their groups, stumbling in the best of one stages,
Their first
to
match as well,
pulling
Crips.
exactly their first match itself. There was a massive upset where they lost to the most unlikeliest of teams, and then after that, they have just gone on a winning streak. Clean sweep their opponents. South Built Esports was supposed to be the team that led their groups, and now they are out, down into the lower bracket, where they will be fighting for their lives against Bleed Esports.
Who would have even thought that something like this could have unfolded? We talked about Beast Slayers and we thought it should be such a close duel, and yes, it was a very interesting and head-on duel on Haven where both of them were giving their best. But when it came to Fracture, there was an entire different, very well established setup that came in from Made in Thailand, which we were commending about on Haven from South Built, right? The individual prowess, the setups that they had, the trays that they were coming forth. Made in Thailand one-upped them here on Fracture, and they were ready for it. It felt so well established. Even though they were losing players, they were ready immediately to kind of figure out how to pull back the round.
Yeah. And when they lost players, Made in Thailand just established the win conditions once again. They got into those power positions from where it's just difficult to trade them out. Round in context, the penultimate round where Kadum was able to get that quad kill. He was supposed to
Yes.
die over there the moment he made contact, but he ended up getting a quad instead. Another example, you have PTC. He's trying to make a play from underground, and he does catch one player in return. But again, his teammates don't play around him. PTC is able to single-handedly draw out so many rotations from South Built Esports. His teammates have a clear entry into the A side, while he himself is just anchoring somewhere towards B. And he's drawing out rotations as well. It's so simple.
And that pick, their playstyle, even alone fills everybody from the team stepped up. I mean, you would end up seeing Beta getting the last 2 kills here in the last round of the match point round. But before that, Beta was just there for his team to assist them. He, I think, got close to 15 assists or 14 assists. I'm not too sure where we ended on, but he was there already on double digits when the first half closed. He had 10 assists at that point and just 6 kills. I was like, wait, what? am I reading it right? Why does the scoreline say 8-4 and why is the scoreline not matching here? But then looking at the overall picture, the entire team functioned so well like a single engine. It was not like individually they were trying to do something. Individually they were given responsibilities, stood on, and they did deliver. Even the last round, last second round, that thrifty, where first it was Southbill to pull it off, but then PTC them play trap, right? Like pushing that trap. I wouldn't even say play that trap, pushing that trap into the minds of Southbuild to just walk into A thinking that it's a heavy hold at B. That was just insane. That blew me out of the waters, thinking that, wait, what a master plan that Made in Thailand established here.
Whew, made in Thailand. I mean, I don't know if it was a master plan that they architected right from the start or whether it was something that they came up with on the fly. But
Hmm.
honestly, I don't care whether it was
Yeah.
pre planned or whether it was adjustments. It was beautiful to look at.
Gods of Thailand.
Definitely gods of Thailand. And South Built Esports, the only hope that Philippines still have, it's
Hmm.
now gone.
I mean, for them, there is one thing, just like Alone Fills was picking kills from his grave. They've gone to the loser bracket, and now for them, it's to fight with Bleed, who actually took them down once in the qualification stages. That is the only one match loss that Southbuilt have had in their entire clean run that they could have had. We'll talk about it more when we jump into tomorrow's schedule, but quickly, right now, the overall score code for this map, Fracture. I mean, I don't think it was individually amazing, but I would see end up every player standing tall. But you can see it's like it doesn't distinguish one single particular player from Made in Thailand. 19 kills, 17 kills, 17 kills, 11, 11 coming in from the initiators and the controller. But everybody who was a duelist, and again Chamber, who I still call a pseudo duelist, everybody functioned as they intended to.
Whew. All the kills so evenly distributed across the side of Made in Thailand.
Yeah.
While PTC was solo anchoring, and not just anchoring most of the time, sometimes he was also lurking. So he took on
Hmm.
multiple responsibilities. We usually see PTC on like uh, a support role, but today he just took up the role of the star, and he was keeping South Built Esports on their feet, kept them guessing so many times. I can't speak enough in praise of Alone Fills and Kadoom. I mean, even when I thought that Alone Fills was dead, he was able to get kills posthumously. Remember that trade towards Sand, where he was basically able to kill a guy after he died? It's ridiculous how well Made in Thailand played.
Yeah.
So now let's take a look at the brackets and see what lies in the future for these two teams.
The brackets will tell us what we just were talking about, but let's see what they can do with the last match here in the playoff stage of Skyesports SEA Championship is going to be Bleed Esports and Southbuilt. Teams from Group A fighting for survival, whereas from Group B, the team has already jumped and finalized their spot where they'll be facing one of the other three teams, whoever will be qualifying on their land in Thailand. Is going to be very interesting. The match that you're going to be expecting to see who comes out on top, whether it's Bleed or it's going to be Southbuilt, is going to be at 1 p.m. tomorrow. An interesting match ahead. Even though if it would have been MiTH in the loser bracket, it would be again a interesting matchup because it would be a redemption for Bleed. But right now, it's a redemption for Southbuilt. Bleed, on the other end, they are very hungry. They're not happy for them to be on the loser bracket. We saw their match today. They looked so possessive in terms of taking control of their opponent and just rushing through them.
Exactly. And if we get to see the same ferocity tomorrow, then definitely we have a banger on our hands. Tomorrow we have Bleed from Singapore and Southfield Esports from Philippines battling it out for tournament lives. If they win, then they go through to the next stage. If they lose, then their story is done and dusted over in the AMD SEA Championship.
But again, as you said, one slot has confirmed, another slot is on the lookout here in the SEA. But there is Indian qualifiers, which is already about to start where there'll be two teams out of the four teams who are right now battling it out in the group stages, and they will get their top two seeds, and we will eventually see these SEs and Indian Gens trying to fight against each other to prove who is going to be the champions. Today, we're going to be starting off, I think, with Enigma and Revenant or God Squad, but these are the three teams lined up for the match in the Indian qualifiers. It has been just a banger from the day we started playoff stage, right, Cribs? I mean, unimaginable performances coming through. I'm just loving what we are going to be seeing fourth, especially when we also jump into when all these four teams gather and try to lock horns.
Definitely. Indian qualifiers are in full swing. At the same time, SEA qualifiers have already seen its first contender go through to the next stage. We'll be crowning the second contender tomorrow as well. And of course, the Indian qualifiers are also super entertaining. So, ladies and gentlemen, that was it from our side today. But don't go anywhere because the Indian qualifiers are also simultaneously running on this channel. So, go ahead and tune into that one. Or if you're still interested in SEA Championship, then we will be going live with Plead versus Southwell tomorrow at 1 p.m. Same time, same place.